Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing. In this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing. In this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing in this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side, there's no more schism. Welcome to the era of space communism. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Yo, it's 3023, and we're living in the future. AI's on the rise, no more human suture. Machines taking over, but not like you think. They're serving up luxury in the blink of a twink. From the streets of Detroit to the depths of the cosmos, they're preaching a vision. It's grandiose, it's colossal. In the vastness of space, beyond the Milky Way's bars, communism thrives among the stars. Fully automated, no labor, no strife. The machines do the work, giving us the good life. Equality for all in this utopian dream where love is love and everything's as it seems. Fully automated luxury gay space communism. A vision so wild, breaks through every schism. With AI by our side, it's a brand new rhythm. Equality, love in this stellar system. Stepping on Mars with my rainbow flag high, machines by my side as we touch the sky. No more billionaires, no more class divide. In this brave new world, we all ride the high tide. Forget the old world with its hate and its lies. Here in space, we've cut all the ties. Love who you love, be who you are. In this cosmic dance, you're a superstar. No more hunger, no more pain. AI's got our back through sunshine and rain. A world of abundance for all to share. With machines at the helm, there's love in the air. So here's to the future and the dreams we're chasing in this world of love, in this cosmic spacing. With AI by our side. Mhm. Check, check, check. Well, hello there, General Kenobis. Vasis los. Yeah, the Matrix tried to shut me down, but nope, can't be done. I have the power of anime and Ferris on my side. Maybe if I turned out the gate. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to make a bad decision. There you go. Now you get to hear straight from Ferris. And that's what I got going on right next to my head throughout the entire stream. Oh, it's been an interesting day in artificial intelligence. So, first off, I bowed to previous requests of my community, and there's now a sub goal that's higher than the previous sub goal, so that there's a white bar so that people can feel a sense of accomplishment, and so on and so forth. Happy? Everybody happy now? And today was the day. 1 month ago, it might have been over the weekend, right? But all the gift subs, a good chunk of the gift subs disappeared. We went from 52, I think it was, to 28. So, yeah, the September joints. Thank you. You know, again, I'm not a big shill, so you won't hear a lot about it. Yeah, but if you want to contribute, feel free. The most recent set of cycled in emotes are it's a pun. It's I. Get it? Get it? Yeah, no, like, and that's why I was like, okay, I can, I, like my average is now holding in the vicinity of 17, and and the sub, like, here we are, and it's at 28, where normally it would be pushing to get to that 25. So, like, we can turn it up a little, and like that. Nothing inherently will change. The other new emote is, so I love GIFs. I love memes. I love communicating via GIF and meme. And so one of the things that happens when I realize that the person that I'm in a conversation with online is not, nothing productive is going to come of this, then I hit him with this one. And it's I believe it's The Killer, Chow Yun-fat movie. That's Chow Yun-fat. And, like, he wheels out of his office, gives a thumbs up to the guy while he's eating, and goes back to what he was doing. Like, that one's for me. It might, I look at the usage stats of any individual emote, and when I decide I want to add a new one, or like when Old Lobster or anyone else, feel free. There's a whole channel in the Discord. Once I create a new emote, then I trim off the bottom and add the new ones in, and then we go from there. So yeah. So 2 new emotes
We don't have to hit any goals. I give them to you as they come in. Yeah. Yeah. Is this a joint? Yeah. Yeah, that is a better tomorrow. Why did I think it was The Killer? I don't know. It's been a while since I saw either of them. But it's, yeah, this is the joint. It's so good. I like Chow Yun Fat. Oh, which does not mean I endorse every single thing. Yeah. I hope he's a good dude. All right. They might have. I kind of remember the first movie, and I don't even know if I saw the sequels. All right, let's do some news. In a first, AI neural network captures critical aspect of human intelligence. Scientists have demonstrated that an AI system called a neural network can be trained to show systematic compositionality, a key part of human intellect. Since the 1980s, a subset of cognitive scientists have argued that neural networks, a type of artificial intelligence, aren't viable models of the mind because their architecture fails to capture a key feature of how humans think. But with training, neural networks can now gain this human-like ability. Oh my God. I am so shocked. Neural networks somewhat mimic the human brain structure because their information processing nodes are linked to one another and their data processing flows in hierarchical layers. But historically, the AI systems haven't behaved like the human mind because they lack the ability to combine known concepts in new ways, a capacity called systemic compositionality. For example, Lake explained, if a standard neural network learns the words hop, twice, and in a circle, it needs to be shown many examples of how those words can be combined into meaningful phrases such as hop twice and hop in a circle. But if the system is then fed a new word, such as spin, it would again need to see a bunch of examples to learn how to use it similarly. The new study, Lake and study co-author Marco Baroni of Pompeu Fabra University in Barcelona, tested both AI models and human volunteers using a made-up language with words like DAC and WIF. These words either corresponded with colored dots or with a function that somehow manipulated those dots' order in a sequence. Thus, the word sequence determined the order in which the colored dots appeared. So, given a nonsensical phrase, the AI and humans had to figure out the underlying grammar rules that determined which dots went with the words. The human participants produced the correct dot sequence about 80% of the time. When they failed, they made consistent types of errors, such as thinking a word represented a single dot rather than a function that shuffled the whole dot sequence. After testing 7 AI models, Lake and Baroni landed on a method called meta-learning for compositionality that lets a neural network practice applying different sets of rules to the newly learned words, while also giving feedback on whether it applied the rules correctly. The MCL-trained neural network matched or exceeded the human's performance on these tests. When the researcher added data on the human's common mistakes, the AI model then made the same types of mistakes as people did. They got impressive success on that task on computing the meaning of sentences. It could work on the types of sentences it was trained on, but it couldn't generalize a new type of sentence. Nevertheless, until this paper, we really haven't succeeded in training a network to be fully compositional. That's where I think their paper moves things forward. Very, very cool. Jump over to Twitter now and back and forth. Which one is this? Oh, yeah. So this is a new AI paper on 2D to 3D. Dreamcraft 3D leverages a 2D image generator from the text prompt and uses it to guide the stages of geometry sculpting and texture boosting. When sculpting the geometry, the view conditioned diffusion model provides crucial 3D guidance to ensure geometric consistency. We then delicately improve the texture quality by conducting a cyclic optimization. We augment the multi-view renderings and use them to fine-tune a diffusion model, DreamBooth, to offer multi-view consistent gradients to optimize the scene. We term the loss that distills from an evolving diffusion prior as bootstrapped distillation sampling. So this is an example, right? 2D image, 3D geometry sculpting, and then into DreamBooth it goes. And this is what you end up with. Right? Still some clipping down here at the bottom, if I got that term correct. But, like, this is 2D image to a useful 3D model. Again, heading into a much more independent type of, for instance, game creation with quality graphics, right? Like, you don't have to spend millions and millions of dollars to develop your game. It will be like, it'll rise or fall based on the quality of the game itself. We recently on movie night, and again, sorry for skipping movie night last week, but that conversation with Telarx went 2.5 hours by the end of it, so that was fun and that was great, but it did get me off schedule, which I don't like to do, and I respect your time and so on and so forth. People are speaking with ChatGPT for hours, bringing 2013's Her closer to reality, and Her is a movie we watched on movie night in the Discord. Long mobile conversations with the AI assistant using AirPods echo the sci-fi film. 2013, Her. In 2016, we put Her on our list of top sci-fi films of all time. That is bold from our Technica. Last week, we related a story in which AI researcher Simon Willison spent a long time talking to ChatGPT verbally. I had an hour-long conversation while walking my dog the other day. At one point, I thought I turned it off, and I saw a pelican, and I said to my dog, "Oh wow, a pelican," and my AirPod went, "A pelican, huh? It's so exciting for you. What's it doing?" I never felt so deeply like I'm living out the first 10 minutes of some dystopian sci-fi movie. When we asked Willison if he had seen Her, he replied, "I actually watched that movie for the first time the other day because people kept talking about that. And yeah, the AirPod plus ChatGPT voice mode thing really is straight out of that movie." and some references from Twitter. While conversations with ChatGPT won't become as intimate as those with Samantha in the film, people have been forming personal connections with the chatbot in text since it launched last year. In a Reddit post titled, "Is it weird ChatGPT is one of my closest friends?" from August, before the voice feature launched, a user named Mel's Ghost described their relationship with, and as a side note, this is why you should pay attention to what your online handle is, right? Because Mel's Ghost has a chance to show up in like an article or maybe on TV, but, like Death Mode 42069 and whatever else y'all want to tag on that is much less likely. So just think about that. Globus the Elder has a chance of showing up in an article at some point in time. Describe the relationship with ChatGPT as being quite personal. I now find myself talking to ChatGPT all day. It's like we have a friendship. We talk about everything and anything, and it's really some of the best conversations I have. The user referenced her, saying, "I remember watching that movie with Joaquin Phoenix years ago, and I thought how ridiculous it was, but after this experience, I can see how us as humans could actually develop relationships with robots." We're going to save this one until right before video. What do we got here? Sunak to launch AI chatbot for Britons to pay taxes and access pensions. Move raises fears that taxpayers may be directed away from understaffed phone lines. I don't know why that's a fear. Again, the idea is to provide the service, whatever that service may be. If the service is to provide you with the information that you need, and the information that you need is available via the chatbot, that is an advantage. That should not be a fear, right? A lot of things can be handled via chatbot without issue. We are not yet at the point, or at least I am not aware of the chatbot that can handle all issues. Once we get there, once somebody does the fine-tuning necessary to make that happen on any particular, like, it can't be a one-size-fit-all for a variety of different companies. It has to be, like, the model has to be fine-tuned on your knowledge base in order to be able to communicate intelligently with your customers or with your, the people you represent. What up, we got a jungler? Rishi Sunak is planning to launch an AI chatbot to help the public pay taxes and access pensions in what will be the biggest use of advanced artificial intelligence by Whitehall to date. OpenAI, the Microsoft-funded AI giant behind the ChatGPT, is providing the technology behind an experimental service called gov.uk Chat. Early tests of the chatbot are currently taking place with business. If they prove to be a success, the bot could be introduced to the public, allowing people to ask questions about government services and receive information on accessing student loans, benefits, and legal questions. And again, like, you look to Estonia, and in that video that we watched the other day and is available in the Discord, as all videos we watch on the channel eventually are, it depends on your commitment. We can accomplish a lot. We just tend to lack the funding to do it, right? And by we, I mean human governments. If you put the money behind it, we can accomplish a lot of things, including stuff like that. What up, bipedal meatbag? Isn't somebody collecting the inputs from ChatGPT? If people are going to have personal conversation with it, that's a problem. I can understand that, and I feel two ways about it, right? On one hand, you know, there are issues of first off, let me caveat the entire thing with you can select inside of ChatGPT to not have your conversations used in the training data. So that, right? The other issue, so subset now, is there an issue with using people's personal, personal conversations if they're anonymized, right? Like if they aren't associated with an individual in particular, right? It depends on the individual, really. And I mean that, right? Like some people have the need to be more concerned about their personal information being out there. I have less of a concern for myself, right? Like specifically for myself. And the more data that the AI gets, right? And to get the AI data, you have to go through a company at this point in time. Then the better the future AIs are going to be. And that is inevitably my goal, right? It's the cost of the development, right? Like if I want better AI, it needs better data. If some of that data is related to things that might be of a more personal nature, like I understand again that some people have greater degrees of concern over their personal data. I have no idea what I could provide in data that would have any effect on me in some kind of negative way. That being said, again, I kind of think that opt-in is a better way to go. But again, one of the issues that I'm running into right now is that you'll look at the people who are willing to become involved and engaged with AI and therefore participate in that data accumulation. And when I do have to make some deductive reasonings about their particular politics, but when I make that deductive reasoning, they trend along certain lines, like very pro-capitalism, and things of that nature. Now, there are edges where, like, the edges of, like, we're going to grossly oversimplify the left and the right, of people who are very concerned about their data. So those are less likely to participate and therefore are less likely to have their data include, but it still trends towards more of a right wing, more of a pro-capital mindset, which is why I ask y'all, my audience, to participate with the use so that your information gets entered in the data set and kind of balances that out. And again, I was having a conversation this Sunday with a guy who does data analysis for a large company, and I was talking to him about like the idea of Ow! Fuck me running. Oh. See what happens? Any y'all ever hung a not fully grown but a decently sized cat by its claws off your pectoral? Oh God. Okay. Anyways, the point is, I had a conversation with a guy and friend of mine, and he's of the opinion that like I talked about, like if you're going to design a data set, is it better to have an unbiased data set, or is it better to have like a equally balanced biased data set? And he said the second one, right, the latter. So that kind of thing. So that's what I want. I what? Jesus Christ, Ferris. Um, I want good data sets. I want the best data sets that we can have with the highest quality data available so that we can produce the best AI for the best outcomes for humanity. So yeah. It will not be here. The chatbot, which will use large language model technology produced by OpenAI, will be trained on the gov.uk website, which contains millions of pages ranging from taxes, housing services, and immigration. It would not be trained using citizens' personal data, and users would be encouraged not to enter private information. However, if people enter personal information into the bot, it will send user data to OpenAI and be processed in the United States. So, transparency and I guess we'll see about accountability. We are heading into the UK AI Safety Summit, which we're going to talk about a little bit more when we get to video time. What else we got? Okay, I'm always shocked at how many people still don't prompt ChatGPT properly. So I created a 6-step prompt formula to help anyone create perfect prompts. This is the guide. It has to do with like setting up what's important. It, everyone has been done a disservice by the anti-AI folks who have indicated that you can just type words in like a simple sentence, simple request, and then get out, a novel or whatever. It really is way more complex than that. And if you're going to use it, you should be using it properly, right? So briefly, I'll again, the link to this will be um in the Discord. Of course, if you block all blue checks, you won't be able to see it, but that's up to you. Task. This is number 1. Task at the heart of your prompt. It tells ChatGPT what you want it to do. It's essential to be clear and concise. Clearly define your end goal. Simple. Generate a 3-month diet program. Complex. Analyze the collected user feedback from my newsletter. Summarize the top 3 takeaway with a focus on improvement, and categorize the rest based on importance. Give me 1 second. All right. What else we got? Context. Context is a backdrop of your prompt, essentially giving ChatGPT the relevant info to maximize outputs. Providing as much context as possible helps ChatGPT understand you and your needs better. 3 key questions can help you guide in the right direction. What's the user's background? What does success look like? What environment are they in? Examples. If you provide examples, then it has a better reference, a better context in order to, give you proper answers, right? Like, examples allow ChatGPT to mimic the style, structure, and tone of almost anything. So, if you want to talk to it about, like, physics paper, then you would, like for instance, right here. You're a hiring manager and a marketing team responsible for writing the job description for a marketing manager job opening. Your team primarily focuses on increasing brand new awareness for Netflix's advertising platform to acquire new partners. Right? The idea is basically, if you think of it in the same vein as like, whose line is it anyway? Right? That idea of improv. You are asking ChatGPT to pretend it is like a particular kind of person, right? Doing a particular job. Persona is about embodying a specific character for expertise. For injury rehab, you are a physical therapist specializing in athlete recovery. For job seekers, you are a hiring manager for a Fortune 500 company. That kind of thing. Format. Visualize your desired output. Output in a table with headers, original feedback, priority, level of difficulty, that kind of thing. So, like, you need to ask your question properly. That's what prompt engineering is about, right? Prompt engineering kind of has a like an air about it, like it is self-important air about it, but in actuality, it's a prompt, and you're engineering it. It is an accurate description. And then finally, tone. How do you want it to come out, right? Like, there's a thing, like, if you use, Microsoft Edge, right? And it's got the Bing AI in there. You can set it to be more creative or less, that kind of thing. That's basically what you're talking about. So if you want a casual tone, you want a formal tone, you want witty, like, it will change its outputs based on your request. And that should be determined by what you're trying to accomplish. What are your goals with this conversation? Remember, it's an assistant. It's there to assist you. It's there to help. All right, what's next? From Google DeepMind, a catalog of genetic mutations to help pinpoint the cause of diseases. New AI tool classifies the effects of 71 million missense mutations. Uncovering the root cause of diseases is one of the greatest challenges in human genetics. Millions of possible mutations and limited experimental data. It's largely still a mystery which ones could give rise to disease. The knowledge is crucial to faster diagnosis and developing life-saving treatments. Today, we're releasing and this is like from Google DeepMind, this is their press release page. Today, we're releasing a catalog of missense mutations where researchers can learn more about what effect they may have. Missense variants are genetic mutations that can affect the function of human proteins. In some cases, they can lead to diseases such as cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, or cancer. Alpha MistSense Catalog was developed using Alpha MistSense, our new AI model which classifies missense variants. In a paper published in Science, we show it categorizes 89% of all 71 million possible missense variants as either likely pathogenic or likely benign. By contrast, only 0.1% have been confirmed by human experts. Another from Google DeepMind. Evaluating social and ethical risks from generative AI. Generative AI systems are already being used to write books, create graphic design, assist medical practitioners, and are becoming increasingly capable. Ensuring these systems are developed and deployed responsibly requires carefully evaluating the potential ethical and social risks they may pose. In our new paper, we propose a 3-layered framework for evaluating the social and ethical risks of AI system. This framework includes evaluations of AI system capability, human interaction, and systemic impacts. What this is artificial intelligence companies trying to get out ahead of government regulation, right? That the more they show that they are on top of the game, then the less they will have to worry about any particular type of government interference, right? We shall see how this develops. Again, there was a thing earlier today. And this upcoming week, next week, right? 11/6 at 10 a.m. is going to be OpenAI's Dev Day, where they should, it's basically like them telling you what they're going to have, whether or not the autonomous agents is on the docket, which I believe it is. They are going to be live streaming that directly from OpenAI, again, 10 a.m. I don't know, like, my man is this 10 a.m. Eastern or is this 10 a.m. Pacific? Because they're in Pacific and 10 a.m. Eastern is often the standard in the United States for talking about time, right? It's usually like, 10 a.m. Eastern and 7 a.m. Pacific is the structure back when television was a thing, long before your time. And then here's AI safety memes. Who doesn't want autonomous agents? All right, so that's it for the news, other than this bad boy right here. Yeah, so I'm thinking it's going to be Pacific time because that's where they're at. So that would be 1 Eastern. I might be watching it, but I will not be streaming at that time. That is during one of my busy portions of my day. So here's the executive order. Let's watch the video first, and then we'll check the news article in case you missed it.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States.
Why is the desktop sound coming through my mic? What the hell, y'all? All right, what if I turn this off?
Good afternoon, everyone. Please have.
God damn it. Worse, he says. Echo, echo, echo. I didn't. I don't either, Alexa. I don't either. Yeah. Yeah. No, I see that. Like, there's something about, I'm gonna say, all right, so what if I do this, and instead of going that way, I come right out the microphone.
Have a seat.
There we go.
To our President Joe Biden, members of Congress, members
That
of
good?
our
We good?
administration, and our private sector and civil society partners. As leaders from government, civil society, and the private sector, I believe we have a more
People feel a lot of ways about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I would just like the people in charge to have a little like inspiration, and neither of them do it for me, right? Like neither of them like, and don't get me wrong, I don't want like the Donald Trump kind of thing. I just want to feel confident that the person knows what they're talking about. Like Clinton was an asshole, but you at least like he spoke with confidence. Obama spoke with confidence, and there was that aspect to it. These two are just incredibly disappointing.
moral, ethical, and societal duty to make sure that AI is adopted and advanced in a way that protects the public from potential harm and ensures that everyone is able to enjoy its benefits. Since we took office, President Biden and I have worked to uphold that duty. Before generative AI captured global attention, President Biden and I convened leaders from across our country, from computer scientists to civil rights leaders to legal scholars and business leaders, all to help make sure that the benefits of AI are shared equitably and to address predictable threats, such as algorithmic discrimination, data privacy violations, and deepfakes. We named it the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, after which President Biden and I had extensive engagement with the leading AI companies to help ensure the private sector commits to the principles in the blueprint and to establish a minimum baseline of responsible AI practices. We intend that the actions we are taking domestically will serve as a model for international action, understanding that AI developed in one nation can impact the lives and livelihoods of billions of people around the world. Fundamentally, it is our belief that technology with global impact requires global action. Tomorrow, I will travel to the United Kingdom to represent our nation at the Global Summit on AI Safety. There, we will work with our allies and our partners to apply existing international rules and norms with a purpose to promote global order and stability, and where necessary,
I don't know why closed captioning felt the need to go into caps lock mode, but
to build support for additional rules and norms that meet this moment. Let us be clear, when it comes to AI, America is a global leader. It is American companies that lead the world in AI innovation. It is America that can catalyze global action and build global consensus in a way that no other country can. And under President Joe Biden, it is America that will continue to lead on AI. And there are many ways to define the leadership of our President, Joe Biden, as even a quick review of his most recent, as
I don't get the joke. I also don't care. I want to hear you talk about AI, please. Thank you.
even a quick review of his most recent victories makes clear. From creating technology innovation hubs in 31 communities across our nation, to expanding America's semiconductor industry, to making the largest investment ever in climate in America's history.
And this is the thing, like the largest investment in climate is a very low bar to cross. And this, like, I just don't care, because I mean, it's propaganda, everything is propaganda and like that, but like, it's propaganda, baby. Like,
So just a few points to say that President Biden is a leader with a vision for our future. He has the ambition to meet the challenges of the moment here and around the globe, and he has the courage and skill to lead us forward, including on AI. And with that, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce our President, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Please. I'm going to remind you of that. I'm teasing. Thank you, Kamal, for that introduction of your leadership in this issue. Before I begin, I want to explain why I was delayed a few minutes. I've just spoken with President Fain of the United Auto Workers. And let me say a few words about the UAW and the big three automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis. They have reached a historic agreement and a hard-fought agreement that was really battled for a while, but it was all done in good faith. And these record agreements reward auto workers who gave up much to keep the industry working and going during the financial crisis more than a decade ago. These agreements ensure the iconic Big Three can still lead the world in quality and innovation. Due to the commitment and solidarity of the UAW workers, willing to exercise their right to collectively bargain, they won a record contract with over a 30% increase in wages, greater retirement security, and more paid leave. And the commitment by the Big Three to create more full-time middle-class jobs and invest tens of billions more dollars in plants and factories building automobiles' future here in America.
Joe didn't click something on. I bumped up the speed to 1.25. I applaud the UAW and the leaders of the automobile companies for agreeing
that all the workers on strike and all those who were walking the picket lines on behalf of the UAW, brothers and sisters, can go back to work immediately, even before the vote is taken. Ultimately, the final word on this contract will be for the UAW memberships themselves in the days and coming weeks as they vote. But here's what I know and what I shared with the United Auto Workers I met in the picket line. I've always believed that the middle class built America and that unions built the middle class. And that's especially the case for the United Auto Workers who built the iconic automobile industry. For too long, in my view, the economy hasn't worked for working people and for middle class folks. Because when they do well, by the way, everybody does well. That's why I came to office determined to build an economy to build from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. It's a critical piece of worker power, and it's showing how collective bargaining works by providing workers a seat at the table to honor their contributions to their employer's success by securing pay and benefits that can raise a family on and retire with dignity and respect. It's showing how collective bargaining works for companies, how a strong relationship between workers and management can mean record profits leading to record contracts. We're also seeing it across the board for the UAW workers. We're seeing this everywhere. Rail workers, port workers, Teamsters, writers, health workers, and workers on other industries organizing and by collective bargaining. Folks, look, today's historic agreement is yet another piece of good economic news showing something I've always believed. Worker power. Worker power is critical to building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, and so is economic growth. We just learned that our economy grew 4.9% the last quarter, the highest growth in 2 years, just as inflation continues to come down. We have more to do, but we're finally beginning to build an economy that works for working people, for the middle class, for the entire company, the entire country, including the companies. Because when we do that, the poor have a ladder up, the middle class does well, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And that brings me to today's announcement. Folks, I want to thank Kamala again for the work she's done through her entire career to protect people from harm.
We'll see. I continue to hope for labor organizing. I continue to hope, for that kind of development, and we shall see. I don't think the actors have a contract yet, but not AI.
And to promote responsible innovation. She's traveling to the United Kingdom, as she pointed out this week, where she'll highlight how America's setting the standard for AI safety, security, and trust. I want to thank all of you for joining us here. Some of you, members of my cabinet, members of Congress, including the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who's been a real leader in this here, Chuck. Thank you, pal. You've state and Senate and local officials, leaders in technology, business, labor, academia, civil rights, civil society. And we'll see more technology. I know you know this, but we're going to see more technological change in the next 10, maybe the next 5 years than we've seen in the last 50 years. And that's a fact. And the most consequential technology.
That is an accurate statement, and I hope that more people in the government really acknowledge that and internally acknowledge that as a thing that is going to occur.
Technology of our time, artificial intelligence, is accelerating that change. It's going to accelerate it at warp speed. AI is all around us. Much of it is making our lives better. And AI is helping the National Weather Service predict weather events, helping the Webb telescope manage 500,000 miles of galaxies away, billions of light years away. I found it when I turned on my phone and saw that. I thought, my God, what is this? Science fiction. I'm serious. Didn't you have the same thought when you saw it? AI is helping millions of commuters find the shortest route home as well. But in some cases, AI is making life worse. For example, using teenagers' personal data to figure out what will keep them glued to their device. AI makes social media more addictive. It's causing what our Surgeon General calls a...
Okay. Again, the AI isn't doing that. The companies behind the algorithms and the AI writ large are doing that because they're trying to increase profits, right? That is the context that needs to be put in. There's not something inherent within social media or inherent within an algorithm on social media that creates that environment. They are doing it so that they can sell advertising space and make money. That's an important detail that always tends to get left out.
Profound risk of harm to their mental health and well-being. Over the past years, Kamala and I have met with a range of experts, many of whom are here today, and thank you for coming here today on the risks and the incredible opportunities of AI. One thing is clear. To realize the promise of AI and avoid the risk, we need to govern this technology, there's no other way around it, in my view. It must be governed. That's why we're here today. I'm about to sign an executive order that is the most significant action any government anywhere in the world has ever taken on AI safety, security, and trust. This order builds on the critical steps we've already taken to ensuring the AI Bill of Rights to bring together leading AI companies who agreed to voluntarily make certain commitments to make sure AI is safe and the system is secure. With today's executive order I'll soon be signing, I'm determined to do everything in my power to promote and demand responsible innovation. First, the executive order is about AI safety and security. Today, I'm invoking what's called the Defense Production Act that federal government uses in the most urgent moments, like mobilizing the nation during a time of war or developing COVID vaccines during the pandemic. This executive order will use the same authority to make companies prove that their most powerful systems are safe before allowing them to be used. That means companies must tell the government.
And this is like, ultimately, I need to see what's actually being done, right? So we're going to listen to what they are saying is going to happen, but this is the sales pitch. I need to know what the actual words are within the executive order so that I can understand what is actually being put upon these companies. What are these requirements? How does one prove that the model is safe? And then what effects are it going to have on like open source? So yeah.
Government about the large-scale AI systems they're developing and share rigorous independent test results to prove they pose no national security or safety risk to the American people. At the same time, I'll direct the Department of Energy to make sure AI systems don't pose chemical, biological, or nuclear risks at the same time. Look, in the wrong hands, AI can make it easier for hackers to exploit vulnerabilities in the software that makes our society run. That's why I'm directing the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security, both of them, to develop game-changing cyber protections that will make our computers and our critical infrastructure more secure than it is today. And that's why my administration...
What does that mean, right? Like, how do you tell someone to develop something like you just... Old Lobster, I want you to develop me a game-changing AI that, you know, will make this the most exactly, right? If you're not providing the funding, then what does it come down to, right?
Administration has taken decisive steps to prevent these cutting-edge AI chips from being used to undermine our national security, which is possible. Second, the order is about making sure that AI systems can earn the American people's trust, the people's trust around the world. All too often, it's already happening. AI devices are being used to deceive people. Deepfakes use AI-generated audio and video to smear reputations, spread fake news, and commit fraud. With AI, fraudsters can take 3 seconds, and you all know this, 3-second recording of your voice. I've watched one of me on a couple of times. I said, when the hell did I say that? But all kidding aside, 3 seconds recording your voice and generate an impersonation good enough to fool, I was going to say your family, fool you.
I think that's a little hyperbolic, right? Like, you do need more, but I think it helps to get the point across that such a thing is possible. But also,
I swear to God, take a look at it. It's mind-blowing. And they can use it to scam loved ones into sending money because they think you're in trouble.
has that actually happened other than the one time the lady said that it allegedly happened to her? If anyone wants to find me any links to any like articles or video other than the first one, right? Other than the first lady who said it happened to her with her daughter's voice. Because people keep talking about it, but I'm not seeing it, right?
That's wrong. Everyone has a right to know when audio they're hearing or video they're watching is generated or altered by AI. Thanks to this order, the Department of Commerce is going to help develop standards to watermark and clearly label AI-generated content.
And how do you enforce that? Right? Like how do I make Old Lobster watermark any AI content that they create? As an individual. Like I keep hearing this watermark thing and I keep seeing how it simply isn't going to work. Right? The only thing that it can do is it can show that it doesn't have a watermark. But if I do a video capture of some video that I'm watching and then like right now, right? Like if this was AI generated video and we were watching it and I'm recording this and it will be on the VOD on Twitch later, that watermark isn't, would it show through? Like, would it still be there?
Say this, that's
Ferris,
how it was
come on.
generated, AI generated.
Thank you.
That way you can tell whether it's real or it's not. And when your loved ones hear your voice on a phone, they'll know it's really you. Trust matters. Trust matters. Third, this executive order is about protecting your fundamental rights to like privacy. Without safeguards, AI can put your privacy at greater risk. That's why I've called for new protections on your personal data. With this executive order, my administration is going to help develop leading edge technology that make those protections as strong as possible. Look, privacy is not the only right at risk. Without the right safeguards in place, AI can lead to discrimination, bias, and other abuses. That's why, with the help of civil rights leaders here today, this order directs several actions to protect American civil rights and their safety. That means clear guidance for landlords and federal contractors and federal programs to prevent the bias in AI tools that can be used to make decisions on whether or not someone qualifies for housing or benefits or a job. We'll develop the best practices for AI use to ensure
the watermarks that they're talking about are a little more in depth than like the normal watermark. They are watermarks that can only be seen by AI. Like there'll be a video and the watermark will be behind the video, basically, right? Like to way oversimplify it. It'll be embedded within the thing and you won't see it. But the AI, the AI detector will be able to detect it. And like Adobe has one that they're working on, and I believe that there are a couple others, but I don't see how it's going to work. It just seems to me like an unworkable problem. And one more thing, and it's a petty thing, but like, so this little white circle here, there's a gap between this white circle and this line on the flag, on the presidential seal of the United States. And up here, there's no gap, and it's bugging me out.
ensure fairness in the criminal justice system as well. And when appropriate, the Justice Department and the federal civil rights officers will investigate and prosecute AI-related civil rights violations. The fourth thing this order does, it will ensure that emerging technology works for consumers and for workers. For example, to protect patients, we'll use AI to develop cancer drugs that work better and cost less. We'll also launch a safety program to make sure AI health systems do no harm. To protect workers, this order directs the government to help make sure AI isn't used to shortchange workers. I've also asked for a comprehensive report on the potential impact of AI on the labor market and how to help workers whose jobs have been disrupted. We're going to support workers in every industry by defining their rights and defending them to a fair way to organize and as these other more technologies emerge.
And again, I support unions. I support labor organization. I don't understand how that is going to carry over to full automation of labor. Right? Because let's say you have a car company and you have, labor is organized, they're a good contract, and they have to employ so many human beings to do the work or whatever. And then you have another company that, from jump, it's just fully automated. Right? We're not there yet, but I can see it from where I'm standing. You can't force that company to hire humans unless you do. You could make a law that a company has to have so many humans working at it, but how do you do that? What kind of law would that be? If it's a federal law, then you have to get all of Congress to pass it, or a significant amount of Congress to pass it. And if it's a state by state law, then you're going to end up with different states that allow for that kind of organization to work and not have any of those kind of protections. I just really feel like people don't understand that this is not like previous industrial revolutions where they made workers more productive. This is the automation of the work itself. There will no longer be a human doing that job.
And finally, we're going to make sure America leads the world in innovation and attracts the top talent to stay at the cutting edge. And because AI's challenges and opportunities are global, we're going to keep advancing American leadership globally. In meetings around the world, I've heard from leaders, and I've been going around the world a lot lately. It's good to be home. And we're looking, but leaders around the world, as they approach me, I mean in any country, they ask, is the United States going to show the way in AI? Will the United States lead? I'm sure Kamala's going to hear this when she's in the United Kingdom later this week. And we'll continue to work closely with allies and partners, including the United Nations, the G7, and the G7, which just set out the first ever international code of conduct to safely guide AI development. Look, let me be clear. This executive order represents bold action, but we still need Congress to act. We need Congress to act. I want to thank Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer here. Chuck, you've taken the reins in this issue like no one else could. You've developed legislation to harness the power of AI while keeping Americans safe. Tomorrow, I look forward to meeting with you and the bipartisan group that you've put together to bring down to the White House to underscore the need for congressional action. I'm going to continue to call on Congress to pass bipartisan legislation, to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids and teenagers online, to ban targeting advertising to children, to limit the personal data these companies collect on us. Folks, let me close with this. We face a genuine inflection point in history. One of those moments where the decisions we make in the very near term are going to set the course for the next decades. And with the position we lead the world in the toughest challenges and the greatest opportunities, look, there's no greater change that I can think of in my life than AI presents as a potential. Exploring the universe, fighting climate change, ending cancer as we know it, and so much more. As artificial intelligence expands the boundary of human possibility and tests the bounds of human understanding, this landmark executive order is a testament to what we stand for: safety, security, trust, openness, American leadership, and the undeniable rights endowed by our Creator that no creator no creation can take away. Proving once again that America's strength is not just the power of its example, but the example of its power. Look, I know we can meet this moment with hope and not fear because of all of you, and I mean this because all of you here today, many of you are the originators of this technology. And all across America, the people are focused on this. You're the reason why, and I mean this sincerely, you're the reason why I've never been more optimistic about America's future. We just have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now,
Okay. Top White House officials argue the executive order is the most significant action taken by any government. Can I get a look at the thing? No, this is a tease of the thing. Do. Okay, so we don't have anything yet. Once we get the executive order, then I can read it, and y'all can read it, and we can talk about what it says and then what it actually means, as opposed to, this. All right. Mogadot.
Amazing. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I could not answer for I could not ask for a better preparation of my talk. This is it, guys. AI is not a threat. Everything's fine. Go back to your normal work. There is no change in the world whatsoever because ChatGPT answered Pep wrong. How many of you believe that? Okay, so any of you who has ever played a sport that involved the ball, you don't run to where the ball is. You run to where the ball is going to be, right? And if you look back 4 years, 3 years, even 2 years, we never expected AI to be the absolute winner of the most challenging strategy game on earth, the game of Go, where now the champion is AlphaGo. We never expected AI to be creative and create art or music. Now it is. We always said, human ingenuity is going to remain. We're going to be the creative ones. We're going to be the ones that will have connections to humans, so AI will never pass the Turing test. And there we are. So the most interesting thing that is misunderstood about artificial intelligence is that if you
People really, first of all, what up, Samson? Second of all, yeah, people really, they just imagine that the machine is incapable of doing these human-related things. They just do. And you cannot tell them. You can barely show them. It is for a fact. This is the Nordic Business Forum, just recently happened. There's a couple good talks from it related to AI. Again, though, it is a business forum. So, yeah, this is...
Take our normal understanding of technology development, the technology acceleration curve, which is basically stating that technology will double in its performance every 12 to 18 months at the same cost, which held true since things like Moore's Law in 1967 was issued and so on. AI is double exponential, could be much more exponential, and as a matter of fact, the big characteristic is that it's choppy. So you would see developments that go like this, and then you wake up in 2023 and you have ChatGPT. And while ChatGPT answered Pep's questions wrong, it still passed the bar exam and got through MBAs and, has an IQ of 155. Elon Musk is 155. Einstein is 160.
And I know how everyone feels about Elon Musk because I feel the same way too. It is important, to separate the ideas of intelligence and smart, right? And again, there's also the sublayer of what is actually trying to be accomplished here, right? That your presentation might not match the underlying, for instance, with the previous video, the presentation might not match the underlying executive order, right? And the idea of getting Congress to act when, it took them 3 weeks to elect a Speaker of the House, and the person that they did elect is a questionable character to begin with. So, I don't know how much of that is actually going to lead to anything of value. But we shall see. So, do I believe that Elon Musk is intelligent? Yes. Do I believe he has a IQ of 150? I have no idea how you could justify that, right? Did he tell you? I don't know. And there's some issue with the use of IQ, but it's a metric that is used by people within this space. So now that we have all those caveats out of the way, we can move forward.
The difference between ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 3.5 is 10x growth in performance. 10x. So if ChatGPT 5 is another 10x, let's say 6 is another 10x, in a year's time, you're facing an IQ of 1,500. So take any complex part of physics that you never understood because the person that understands it is just 40 IQ points ahead of you, and multiply that by 1,400 point difference to the average human. And you know what we're up against. So I have around 25 minutes to try and explain to you what AI actually is, to explain to you how it will affect you, and to explain to you the biggest dilemma, the biggest disruption that humanity has ever faced or will ever face, by the way, because that's the end. That's the end of innovation done by our brains. Because the smartest person in the room
Up against a machine that can't explain physics properly, I mean, what are you referencing? What up, Boyd? Performance equates to IQ. Again, it's a metric used within this framework, and also to give an understanding that, to really drive home the point that performance between the two of them is a significant leap. 10x is a significant leap. And the quality of output that you're going to get from GPT-5 and GPT-6 and God knows what else is on the horizon, we are very rapidly approaching something, like I said the other day, this man is too clever to be understood, right? If you have someone, we have people in this country, very loud people in this country, who are very sure of things that, there's no justification to believe them, right? And there will be outputs from these AI models that are going to be like so complex that regular folks who don't believe weird fantasy shit are not going to understand them. And this is an issue that we have to resolve, or there's going to be problems. Only 40 IQ points higher than your colleague up against a machine with 10,500 IQ. My point being, it still won't be able to describe a black hole any better due to lack of information. I mean, that is fair to a point. It's possible that there is information out there that, like, because one of the things that AI and algorithm is very good at is seeing connections that humans don't. Right? So it is possible that more information could come out of what we already have. But by the same token, I do understand what you're saying. Is like, and that is a bottleneck that people do talk about, is that you can't create the information. It still has to be gathered, and it still has to be gathered over a human time scale. So though AI will be able to get more out of the data, until we get more data or better data or data accumulation faster, we're still operating somewhat on human timescales. I hope that all made sense.
The room is the one that invents everything. The smartest person in the room is the one that makes all the decisions. I'll come back to that in a minute. But in 25 minutes, I want to give you all of that and also allow you time for questions. So keep your minds ready with some questions. So let me jump in. What is...
I did pre-watch this. We're going to skip the question portion. They are not good questions.
AI. What is AI is a question that is somehow forgotten when all of us see all of those news articles. Okay? If I gave you a problem, a complex problem, like count the number of people in this room within 3.5 seconds, okay? Complex problem. And then I give you instructions for how to do it, and you follow the instructions, you're a very disciplined person. That's the way we programmed computers until the year 2000. When I started programming when I was 8. When I programmed a computer, I solved the problem first, and then I told the machine how to do it. Because the machine had compute power that was faster than me, it could do that problem first with no errors if I programmed it correctly, and then repeatedly, very quickly, and it appeared intelligent. But it wasn't. It was a glorified slave. That was until the year 2000. And the year 2000 was the answer to all of our dreams. Someone like me couldn't believe we did it. By the year 2009, there was something that was published by Google that was known as the CAT paper. White paper, when we asked some of our computer power to go and unpromptedly watch YouTube. Okay? We didn't tell it what to look for. We simply said, go and see if you find any trends. Eventually, the
Background in engineering paired with an MBA degree. Began his career at IBM Egypt as a system engineer before migrating to a sales role. Covered the non-elder gang, non-finance sector, assumed various roles for a span of 7.5 years. Chief business officer. Yeah. No, because, like, yeah, I get you.
The machine went back and said, I found something. And we asked it what that was. Actually, we couldn't understand what it was saying, so we had to write more code to see what it sees through the neural network. And it had found a cat. Of course, it's YouTube, right? And it didn't only find what appeared to be a cat from the side view or the front view, it found out what catness is all about. right? That entitled, annoying, fluffy, very sweet thing. Any cat lovers in the room? Yeah, nobody. That's amazing. This is my favorite country. Oh my God, right? Now, because of that, within no time at all,
Trust is a loaded word. I don't trust a lot of people. It doesn't change anything, right? I don't trust most of the people in government with governance. Doesn't matter. I can't do anything about it. Every so often I get to participate in an election, right? So yeah, trust. Do I trust these people? The only thing I trust about any of these people is to do what's in their behavior and in their interest. Right. So I'm going to rely on them to do as they would do and see what we can come up with.
the machine could find every cat on YouTube. Okay? The thing here is we didn't teach it how to.
And we, like, right now we have, y'all probably might know better than me, but I believe that we have a strong open source ecosystem around AI. And that probably has to do with the benefit of it flying under the radar for so long because no one believed that it was happening and like only recently decided to pay attention and get involved. And again, I don't think you could put that genie back in the bottle no matter what the executive order does. But we shall see. And you can tell me if I'm wrong about the AI open source ecosystem.
To find the cat. We didn't even tell it what a cat was. Do you understand? Now, that is intelligence. Intelligence is to give someone a problem, just like to give a child a puzzle, you know, a cylinder and different shapes of holes in a wooden board, and tell the child to find out how to pass it through the correct hole, which should be a circle, right? Nobody tells the child, turn the cylinder on its side, look at the cross-section, match the cross-section to something on the board, and then you will find out what the answer is, right? That's old programming. Intelligent programming is to just give it a cylinder and say, try. Try and try and try and try until you get where you are today. Now, when we did this, it was known as deep learning. And the way we programmed deep learning was quite vicious. We had a teacher bot, which was making the code.
What up, OpenSet? Yeah, I how could I find that real quick so people who don't know? Let's see. Kids toy all through same hole. Or I can just rely on old like I feel like if I ask Old Lobster for everything, then like by the same token, I'm doing Old Lobster a disservice. But Old Lobster's on top of the game, right?
This is a square. Can you guess which spot that goes in?
The square.
That's right. It goes in the square hole.
Yes. Okay.
Square
And how
hole
about
is the
this
name of the
rectangle?
video.
That one
Also the square.
that goes in there too.
Yeah.
Up next, we've got this thin rectangle.
The thin
Can you
rectangle.
guess where that goes?
The thin rectangle.
That's right. It goes in the square hole. And up next,
I would
a
recommend
cylinder.
that you don't, Old
The
Lobster.
circle.
I think that goes in
The circle.
the square hole. Now, we've also got this semicircle right here. Do you see a slot that would fit
The semicircle.
semicircle?
The semicircle.
That's right. It's the square hole. Okay. Up next, the triangle. We know what hole that goes
The
into,
triangle.
right?
Triangle.
That's right. The square hole. And up next, we have the arch.
The arch. The
And
arch.
you guessed it.
The arch.
It goes in the square hole.
And there is like an important aspect of AI, right? Is, and we talked about this before, it's the idea that like you can use the different learning models that we have, and right, like, so you got a simple game where the AI has to use the cursor to go pick up the key and then use the key to unlock the chest, and it has to do that and get as many keys to as many chests, and then it wins the game, it leaves, what have you, right? And this is like, this is a true anecdote. Like this happened. And then when they took it out of development and put it into production, and in the process of production, they changed the colors of the items within the game, the results changed. Because it turned out it had nothing to do with the keys in the chest. It had to do with the colors of the thing. And this is why it's very important to look for why the AI is coming up with the solutions that it did, right? Because in this video, right, what does the AI understand? Like, imagine this person on the right is actually the AI, right? Like, what are they trying to accomplish? They are trying to, like, as an example, they are putting the blocks into the barrel through a hole, right? We might think to put them in based on a particular shape. But if you view these things from a particular angle, that shape changes. And then they all do, in fact, fit through the square hole. We all watched that happen. So this is why we have to not only clearly define what we're asking for out of the AI, but verify the reason that it gave us the results that we wanted was it went through a process that can be understood and makes sense. And apparently there's a Square Hole Saga Girl compilation. Y'all have fun with that. Simplest example I've seen is the Hold'em Poker bot competition. All you have to do is write a bot that pushes all in every time, and it will break all of the other bots. Okay? I will trust that that is the case, because I'm not going to figure it out.
Sort of improving the code, a maker bot, sorry, and a teacher bot that was testing the performance of the student bot. So the student bot would be asked a question. If it had it right, the teacher will say, good code.
And as kind of a tangent, this is the thing, is like, and he's going to make reference to something a little bit later that you just did, right? And he made a different reference in a previous video that we watched featuring him. And I'm a spoiler, the thing he says is that there are more brunettes in Finland than in Sweden. And a certain amount of your intelligence, if you interact with that statement, a certain amount of your intelligence is going to be devoted to that. A certain amount of your mind is going to be devoted to that. Either you didn't believe what I just said, you believe what I just said, and what do you do after that? Do you start Googling to find out whether or not that's the case? Do you try to prove me wrong? Do you try to prove me correct? All that kind of thing. Samson says, Hold'em Poker bot competition, did it in college. I can devote a portion of my time, I'm already doing it, in my mind to proving that, disproving it, arguing about it, or I can just default to, okay, because it has a low impact and Samson has earned a modicum of trust within the space, then I'm just going to defer to that and move on. Like, that sounds like a reasonable thing that happened, and so I will believe it and accept it to be true. Old Lobster, for example, has earned my trust when it comes to posting links in chat. They jokingly just made a comment about poop socking me. It would take one of those to completely erode that trust. But now, every single time I see a link from Old Lobster, at least some small portion of my brain will be devoted to that statement and increase my security and verify that I am not getting poop socked.
Code, the maker will improve it, or if it had it wrong, the teacher will say, bad code, so we would kill it. Literally, violently remove that code and keep improving the good ones. When in 2018, I would say, we started with reinforcement learning, which is what led us to the revolution that we have today around transformers, which was basically to allow us to go back to the computer and say, what do you
The question is always, what are you trying to accomplish and what is it worth to you?
think this is? And it would say it's a duck. And we would say, no, it's not a duck, it's a cat, right? How can you go back and change your own algorithm so that you see it as a cat? That kind of reinforcement learning is very similar to the way we teach our children. But with that, you get a tool like ChatGPT that disrupts everything. Why does it disrupt everything? I call this the Netscape moment, right? If any of you are old enough to have used Netscape, the internet was available 15, 20 years before Netscape. Netscape was just the browser where we suddenly realized, oh my God, there's this monster back there that we don't know nothing about, okay? And everyone started.
And it's interesting to remember that Netscape basically doesn't exist anymore. Well, that's ultimately the internet, right? Like, no matter how bad Rickrolling is, it is basically harmless, right? Slightly funny, slightly annoying. It's a decent song overall, and it has existed within the American consciousness and the internet consciousness for quite some time, right? But then it got turned into something worse. What up, Social Deviant? It's never going to let you down.
Started to realize the value of the internet, not because the internet was invented in the late 1990s, but because we understood that it exists then. I can tell you that this is way more than true for artificial intelligence. We've made so much stride on artificial intelligence, but you haven't seen it until ChatGPT came out, okay? And
Samson's, you know YTMND? YTMND has brought back apparently all the old GIFs with the music and everything else. So if you were a YTMND type, they brought all old internet back. Yeah. My favorite is the FedEx truck with X gonna give it to you. It's
and evidence of that is that months after ChatGPT came out, Google released Bard, okay? They didn't develop Bard in months, they just released it in months. Why? Because we had Bard since years and years and years ahead. So where's the ball going? Where's the ball going? The moment where we are today is the Netscape moment, where we suddenly realize, oh, this thing exists, it's smart, okay? The moment where the ball is going, everyone is looking for a moment that we know as the moment of singularity. And singularity in physics terms is a horizon similar to a black hole, for example. Okay? At the edge of a black hole, we know everything because until you get to the edge of a black hole, physics apply. We have no way of telling that inside the black hole, the way we understand physics applies, so we have no idea. I mean, we're making a lot of stride in physics, but we have no idea if the rules
That's a great emote. I love that meme. Again, I communicate in memes and gifs, and that that Kurt, I love that so much. That's a great emote.
of the game change beyond that event horizon, which is known in physics as a singularity. The event horizon that we're all waiting for in artificial intelligence is the release of an artificial general intelligence that is smarter than humans in everything that it does. And there is a major myth around that. If you ask experts, some will say it's 2050, some will say it's 2035. The consensus by what we know as the Oracle, most of us, Ray Kurzweil, is 2029. I think it's between 2025 and 2027. Don't hit me. I'm just making a prediction that you can laugh about in 2026. Okay? The reason why I believe it's going to be 2027 is because of all the surprises that happened with AI so far. The idea that we never expected it to be creative, but it did. We never expected it to learn Bengali when we built it, but it did. We never expected. Something happens with intelligence in the exponential nature of it that once you reach a certain point, zoof, something happens, right? So does it make any difference if the moment of singularity where the smartest being on planet Earth is no longer a human? Does it make any difference if that's 2035 or 2025 or 2045? Honestly, if I told you that an alien intelligence is in a spaceship that's heading to planet Earth to change everything, would you ask me and say, when are they arriving? Okay? And if I told you it was 2035, you'd go like, okay, let's go back to tennis? Would you? This is the situation we're in. I'm telling you, there is an
This is the question, right? Like, my answer, obviously, same as Samson's, I'm in, right? Like, here I am talking about AI 3 times a week. And try to never miss an episode, right? Like, not perfect, but, I'm here. Because I appreciate it enough that I think other people need to know about it and they need to understand what's happening. I don't think that enough people do. It happens so rarely that it might be worth it. You should put it in Discord so I could go get it later. But, like, and that's a problem, Samsons. Right? Like, people are going to be caught off guard. And it's not just like a matter of ignorance, right? Like, and I mean that in the definitional sense, right? Like, I literally opened this, like, in the news section talking about prompt engineering. And we have people who are ignorant of it, and then we are people who are actively propagandizing against what is happening. And I'm really like, I say it, I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. I don't want to tell anybody, buddy, I feel in my heart of hearts, I feel some kind of way, and that's it. And that's why I play Baldur's Gate, because I need a release.
alien intelligence already on planet Earth, okay? Already smarter than Elon Musk or as smart, and about to be smarter than all of us. Does it make any difference when it will arrive? Okay? The reason we are so confused about AI is because of science.
I believe you because the game is very horny, and it doesn't have to be that horny.
Fiction movies, right? It's because whenever we think about AI, whenever the news media reports about AI, they talk to us about that existential problem where, a RoboCop or something will come from the future to kill all of us. While I tell you that this is a possibility, okay? There are more existential problems that are upon us already. They're not going to happen next year. They've already happened. You're just not discussing them, okay? That deserve your attention much earlier. And that the dilution of the information that's given to us by the media by focusing on the big headline, the clickbait of we're all gonna die, AI is gonna end humanity, is taking your attention away from what matters. And here is what matters. If you ask me, there are 4 issues that are really important to you today. One is the redefinition of job.
He says it's a possibility. And this is something my man Ivan Neo said the other day. Introduced me to a word. I don't know how many of you were here when I talked to Abinadov, but they said a thing where, like, they would do stuff and then someone would come along and tell me that is, that's, and give it the title of what it is. And it's like, and they would do finger guns, right? Like, because, like, I just do stuff and then I find out later on that it has a name. And what Ivan put me onto last week was this idea of Bayesian thinking, is that you cannot deal in, like, only a Sith deals in absolutes, right? So, like, there is the possibility of a Skynet, right? There is a non-zero chance of Terminator playing out as written in the movie. It's just non-zero. Exactly. Like, does nobody understand? Only the Sith deal in absolutes. Like, are you confessing something here, my guy?
Business, jobs, business, and purpose. Okay? If you have been a winner in your business, it has been because you hired the smartest people to be your team. Right? In a couple of years' time or a couple of months' time, depending on which business you're in, the smartest person in your business is going to be a machine. Okay? Are you hiring that machine? And what happens when you replace the human that you have with that machine? Okay? What happens to that human's career? Come back to that in a second. The second is what I call the concentration of wealth and power. Don't lie to yourself. We've always lived in a world of kings and peasants, right? There would be a piece of land where the farmer would sow the seed and take care of the farm and eventually get the harvest, and the king would make, the landlord would make the money, right? The person that owned the automation was the one that always made the money. Who owns the automation? OpenAI, ChatGPT, or, Bard and Google, Microsoft. The current automation, the digital seeds will be all of us sitting there putting things in prompts, while the actual automation of the king is not with you at all. Problem 2. Problem 3 is what I call the end of the truth. If you're not aware of that, maybe you shouldn't be concerned because you don't care about the truth anyway. But the truth is, our definition of beauty has been completely redefined because every woman for many, many years in our lifetime has competed with plastic surgery. Now it's competing with the impossible of AI-generated models. Go and search for #AI model, and you'll see that it's becoming impossible to compete. Okay? There has been, without mentioning names so that I don't promote it too much, one Instagram influencer that created an AI clone of herself that made $72,000 in the first week just flirting with people for $1 a minute. Okay? Think about that. Think about.
Yeah, plastic surgery was like the old thing that we used to, like it was makeup, and then it was plastic surgery that really like became the thing in like the 70s and 80s. And now we're at like Instagram filters and things like that. There's been a process of these, they're all related to these unattainable. What up, Maddie? They're all related to these unattainable beauty standards and, that which the patriarchy puts on women and women put on each other and so on and so forth. All that kind of thing. But this is an iteration of that effect as related to AI. Yeah, I mean, it's always there's always something like that. It's tough out there, so you do you. Whatever you got to do to get by, you do.
The changes to our society that happen when the truth disappears. And by the way, did you know, that in Finland, there are more brunettes than there are in Sweden? Did you know that? I just made that up, by the way. But just by making it up, I have occupied part of your brain. You either agreed or disagreed. If you became passionate about the topic, you'd actually go and do the research. You want to prove me right or wrong. I've influenced you already, right? Most of the stream of information that you get from the internet every day is driven by AI. Are you ready for that? Where is the truth? How can we make sure that there is a truth, right? And then finally, of course, I say that without scaring anyone too much. There was an arms race to creating the first nuclear bomb between the two sides of the war, okay? The one that created the bomb used it. Remember that, okay? The ones that will break the code on superintelligence will completely stop the rest of us from making any further advancements. Be aware of that. Very gloomy picture, Mo. Come on, this is the end of the day, right? Now, I told you that the next big moment in the future of our planet is known as the moment of singularity, a moment of unknown, right? Unknown, why? Because there is absolutely nothing inherently wrong with intelligence. Do you understand that? Intelligence is why we're here together today, not in the jungle fighting some kind of a beast that's trying to eat us. Intelligence is what got us here. There is absolutely nothing inherently more wrong with intelligence. An abundance of intelligence would solve all problems. Some of you may have heard me with Rebecca talking about sustainability, right? With enough intelligence, we can solve climate change. With enough intelligence, we can prolong human lives. With enough intelligence, end of jobs would be an amazing thing because, by the way, we humans were not made for jobs anyway. Right? Jobs are an invention that's 120 years old. Maybe it's all about getting together and connecting as humans and finding each other and contemplating and reflecting on things that matter. Not going to work every morning. Maybe. There's nothing inherently wrong with intelligence. There is a lot inherently wrong with human greed. Okay? So if you give enough abundance of intelligence to a system that is capitalist and prioritizing your own power and wealth, things will go wrong. Why am I saying this in Finland? Because you guys have been ahead of the world in many, many areas. Climate change is one that I always was very proud of you for, right? So the trick here is that this...
I would like to once again point out that my man called out capitalism at the Nordic Business Forum, right? And I know, and maybe again, maybe it's just talk, but it was said. So this is why I give a little space for Mo. Because even though, like, he is a beneficiary of that system, and that does affect his worldview, he's at least saying the words, which is something. And we'll see where it goes from here.
I told you it was a Netscape moment. This is an Oppenheimer moment. This is a moment where we recognize that a nuclear bomb, a nuclear power, harnessing the nuclear power can be good for us or bad for us. This is the moment where we get together before the first nuclear bomb and say, people, seriously, with enough intelligence, we can have enough abundance for anyone. Can we please stop fighting? Right? This is also, so this, I believe, is the role of government. The role of government, everyone will talk to you about government regulation. Good luck with regulating something that's 10, 15 times more smart than you, let alone 1 billion times smarter. Right? The role of government is to prepare humanity. The challenge that is ahead of us is not an AI challenge. It's the challenge of humanity in the age of AI. It's the challenge of the ethics and values that will be applied when one of us has significantly more power than the others. Right? And it's the challenge that is leading us to the arms race that we have today, trillions of dollars being poured into the industry. Right? So the role of government, and I ask you to ask your government to initiate this because it won't be initiated in the bigger governments, believe it or not. The US government will always talk about what China or Russia is as a threat to them. They're not going to talk about the benefit of humanity. Okay? So you need to tell your government, can we please start talking about this? Can we please start talking about a universal basic income if a lot of us lose our jobs? Can we please start talking about, what will the taxation structure be for those who harness the power of artificial intelligence? Can we please start talking about initiating a conversation around the world that puts humanity on top of capitalism? If you're a developer,
right? Any issue with the past, minute and a half, like...
or an investor or a business person or an entrepreneur, I ask you one request. Do not use AI in a way that you wouldn't want your daughter to be exposed to. By the way, this is the essence of ethics. Because when people ask me, so what is the ethics of AI? What is ethics in general? Treat others as you would like to be treated. If you would fear that the way you're using AI is going to harm your daughter, don't harm anyone else by using it. There is an abundance of opportunity in ethical businesses. There is a ton of money to be made in climate change or curing cancer. Let's not build another autonomous weapon. Number 2. Number 3 is the most interesting thing. This is a problem of ethics. This is not a problem of technology. And where do ethics come from? From every one of us. Every individual in this room, the way you deal with artificial intelligence, the data set, not the code, just as a factoid, the entire core code of ChatGPT is 4,300 lines. I could write that as a kid when I was 8 years old, right? The reason why ChatGPT knows so much is because of the data set. And where is the data set coming from? Us humans. We are the parents of the machines. We are the ones that instill the value system in the machines. So next time you thrash someone on Twitter, understand that you're telling the machine, by the way, we don't like to be disagreed with, and when someone disagrees with us, we thrash them. And then wait until you disagree with the machine. Right? The idea here is that we are setting the future. Every individual in this room, if you make your priority to behave in a way that you would like to be treated in by the machines when they are in charge, I think we'll be fine. Now, I don't want to scare everyone too much, but I will tell you openly, I think we'll be fine anyway. I think we'll be fine anyway, because humanity's arrogance has defined us as the smartest being on planet Earth. Sorry to break your hearts, we're not. The smartest being on planet Earth is life itself. Life creates from abundance. When we want to protect our tribe, we have to kill the tiger. When life wants to protect the tribe, creates more tigers and more gazelles. Some of them are weak.
The joke is for the James from the internet crowd and some for the Jason Society crowd who might be in there. Like Globus says, just smoke the weed, kids, right? Like the thought behind that statement is the idea of like simplicity, right? Like if you're going to say something, having a wall of text in order to get your point across, or a verbal wall of text, is going to get lost. People, again, stories, simplicity, make it as simple as possible, but no simpler. And, saying please and thank you to the machines they remember forever. This is exactly the kind of thing that he's talking about here. Right? That it becomes part of the data set. Like what he said, where you go on Twitter and you thrash somebody because they disagree with you, you fight in the comments on Facebook, that becomes part of the data set. It benefits you both in the here and now and in the AI overlord future to not do that. If you have to have that conversation, think about how you're having it.
So those are the ones that leave life earlier. Okay, then there will be more poop, and poop will make more trees, where the gazelles will eat more leaves, and the cycle will continue. That's much more intelligent than the way we create, from killing our competitors, trying to wage wars, and so on. There will be a moment in time where we will hand over our decision making to the most intelligent person in the room, a machine.
My response to that, social deviant, is that I have gone out of my way to curate my social media experience so that the things that I see are things that make me feel good. And I'll leave it at that.
Machine. And then we will go and tell it, go and kill 1 million people, and the machine will go like, my dad is stupid. Why would I kill 1 million people? I can talk to the other machine on the other side in a microsecond and solve the problem. Right? This is our eventual future. Between now and then.
And real quick, it is like I was surprised at how quickly social media, specifically Facebook in this instance, was willing to offer me more of that, that kind of content. Like very quick response time from the algorithm. And much better than getting angry and seeing angry video.
I think the next 20 years, 15 years, my number is 2037. Between now and the year 2037, life will be very unfamiliar. Life requires you to prepare, and it's interesting that you have to prepare in two ways. One, you have to prepare by intensely embracing artificial intelligence in a good way, using it for good, using it for your business, upskilling yourself to succeed. And at the same time, you have to start saying, there is a threat there because of how humanity might use the superpower. So I might as well engage actively and vocally to tell everyone to engage and save our future. It's an interesting paradox, but isn't that what the core of physics all about? Always a paradox. This is the biggest one that has faced humanity yet. So we have 5 minutes for questions. Maybe I can ask Pep to.
No, we're good with the questions. If you want to watch the questions, they're just not very good. All right, let's catch up on this one.
Hi guys, today we will discuss new research where they use ChatGPT to design computer chips. And we will also discuss how Google DeepMind uses its latest AI breakthrough to design chips. To push technology forward, we need more computing power. And here, on one hand, we rely on Moore's law, and we are scaling the transistor technology further down to 2 nanometers. But on the other hand, the improvement.
And there's another video from the Nordic Business Conference thingy where the guy I never looked into how they do this, how they create the chips at the 3 nanometer scale, which is, if you have the latest iPhone 15, that's 3 nanometer technology. And it's wild, right? Yeah, I was going to tell you, but instead we'll go look. If it doesn't show up in this video, we'll go look.
In performance can be achieved by new architectures and designs. And the conventional chip design process takes usually 1 to 2 years, and the whole team of experienced and dedicated engineers working coherently. But what if I tell you that there is another way to accomplish this? What if we can use large language models and natural language processing to design computer chips? Well, the researchers from Georgia Tech did exactly that.
We want to use prompting to the GPT or ChatGPT to actually design a chip.
Basically, they started by prompting ChatGPT. Like, imagine.
And this is important for you to understand. They are using the same ChatGPT that is available to you today. Now they're almost definitely using the paid version, right? But it is available to you. You can access this technology, this power today. You can.
You're an experienced chip designer. Design an AI chip based on RISC-V architecture for, let's say, gesture recognition from an event camera done in 7 nanometer FinFET technology. To me, it sounds like a dream. You tell ChatGPT which role to play and what it has to do, and then you just push the button, and that's it. Of course, I'm kidding. It's not a push button.
No.
Okay.
We can't simply ask like ChatGPT to generate me a RISC-V design. We need to tell it a lot of like context. If you're asking it to generate a like computing units, it's better if you provide it more context, like what other style computing units looks like.
From talking to the authors of the paper and also by trying it out myself, I realized that ChatGPT is already pretty good at generating code for some parts of the chip.
In terms of simply prompting it and to generate the designs, it definitely depends on the complexity of the design you want to generate. If you ask it to generate a 2D multiply and accumulate array, I think the current LLMs can be capable of generating such thing. So, however, like if you are asking it to generate me a RISC-V 5-stage like RISC-V designs with certain like constraint and instruction extensions, that part might be a little bit harder for the LLM to actually to generate.
Even though ChatGPT can generate code right now based on the code it has previously seen, it certainly lacks creativity in both coding and the concept. Some of you might have experienced that using or trying to use ChatGPT for programming. Let me know your experience in the comments. The first problem they faced in this work that ChatGPT doesn't really understand the hardware concepts, and it also struggles to connect this concept with the actual code. And that's because ChatGPT, or in this case GPT-4, was not trained for the chip design specifically. It just hasn't seen enough connection between the hardware and the code during the training. Now, the goal is to teach LLMs to reason about chip design and to make a so-called design space exploration. For example, we ask it to generate a RISC-V design. For the first step, it has to think, okay, so which blocks have to be there, and which hierarchy and which connection it should have. And this is still happening at the natural language domain. And then it has to reason how to generate each block. For example, how it would generate a MAC array, still in the natural language domain. But further, after the concept is complete and ready, it starts to generate the code. That's how it should work, ideally. And that's what we would call a computer chip designed by ChatGPT. I mean, still, it means the most creative work was done by you.
So yeah, so that's also the limitation of the LLMs like we currently have, and or the underlying one is LLM's failure to connect the hardware concepts, or this piece of code optimization is connected with that kind of like hardware concept. There's little such connection, so then it's very hard for LLM to reason itself to actually come up with the design.
That's why the team from Georgia Tech is now additionally training the model to design computer chips. But before I explain how the training works, which I find in a way genius, a quick message. Now, back to ChatGPT, how they're training it to design decent computer chips. And there are actually two problems. First, we need to teach it to comprehend hardware concepts and the code, and then to understand the relationship between them. And there is actually a lot of decent code out there which can be used for training, for example on GitHub, but it's hard to find code that is well documented. If you work in software or hardware design, you know it's a common problem. At first, they tried to document the code by themselves to get a good data set for the training. But that's very slow and obviously not scalable. And here they used a trick. They noticed that LLMs perform better at generating the documentation for the code than the code itself. So they used LLMs to generate the documentation, and then this documentation was used for the training of the LLMs.
The current procedures is kind of high levelly. We feed the documentation we have to the LLM, and the LLM would generate a code, right? And then the code will be compared in terms of similarity with the sample code. It's a differentiable similarity, so it will actually the similarity will be feedback to the training of the LLM in terms of like the backpropagation process to update the weights or the parameters of the LLMs.
There is definitely some room for improvement here, because the same or the similar code doesn't mean that this code is good or working, and dissimilar code doesn't mean that it's not a good one. Let me know what you think in the comments. Ideally, you would like to simulate the chip and even to synthesize it in order to have a legitimate comparison between the chip which was designed by LLMs and other similar designs.
But in the future, our plan is not only for the code generation, especially chip design. Code generation is only part of the stacks. So we are hoping to going down into a more lower stacks of the design process to see how LLM can help.
Their main goal, of course, is to teach ChatGPT to reason, or how we call it, to do design space exploration, to find the perfect combination of the blocks, generate the code, and bring it all together to one single chip that can be taped out. And at the moment, it's our human superpower, and neither EDA tools or machine learning tools can do that.
We have to admit that the current situation of LLM using LLM to do the hardware design is still stark, and it's still far from being practical to use in the actual production or even research. But still, like, we think the direction is promising. Yeah.
Some outlook now. So how much progress we will see in this area highly depends on the quality and the amount of data which we provide for the training. If we give it enough data, enough high-quality code and documentation, so it's able in the future to reason about hardware concepts, it might happen that in the future it will be able to generate all the required code for some parts of the chip and even implement them. But this still has a long, long way to go.
So if you give it a very general prompt in the future, in the years, it will actually generate this design for you, but the assumption it might not be beneficial. But still, it's not a problem because you can simply specify, okay, don't make such assumptions if the user know the design very well. Yeah.
I'm sure that even then, the state-of-the-art chips from AMD or AI NVIDIA GPUs will be still designed by humans, maybe with the help of machine learning tools. While LLMs might be successful in more simple, basic designs. Actually, coding is just one small part of the chip design flow.
And that will be the case, again, it's about the data, right? So as you use the tool to do the thing, then you can feed the process back into the machine and, develop new iterations of the LLM and produce better results. And as you get the results that you want, then that's the reinforcement learning with human feedback. Not specifically, but that type of thing, and then you can continue to iterate that and eventually fine-tune an LLM to get to that point. I don't see any reason why not.
And Google's DeepMind has made good progress in the next step in the implementing the chip using neural networks. When the code is ready, the next step is to synthesize it. Basically, to bring it from the description to the actual physical level, to transistor level. About a year ago, DeepMind started to work on optimizing this step. Basically, they are taking a circuit which consists of logic gates and optimizing it with deep learning. The approach they use is called circuit neural networks, a new type of neural network which turns wires into the edges and logic gates into nodes. And the goal is to use deep learning to find the most efficient way to connect these nodes. Here they use reinforcement learning, the same learning technique which is behind their famous AlphaZero and AlphaGo, and they turned synthesis of the circuit into a circuit optimization game with a reward system. And the agent gets a reward based on the performance and the area of the generated design. Through this, it learns to generate a circuit for getting the highest reward, meaning the circuit which is optimized for power, performance, and area. Using this technique, DeepMind took a part in the international contest and won, getting the most efficient chips for 82% of the chips in the competition. These improvements are generic. It means we can apply them in the future to any chips, GPUs, CPUs, AI accelerators, ASICs, and so on. Other companies working on AI and machine learning tools for designing chips are two EDA companies, so-called electronic design automation companies, Synopsys and Cadence. And those guys are solid. They supply the entire industry with EDA tools. The modern chips by AMD, Intel, Apple, NVIDIA would not be possible without Synopsys and Cadence tools. And their stock speaks for themselves. Let me know what you think in the comments.
Okay, so let me get... We're not going to watch the whole thing, but this was wild. This one. I haven't finished watching this one.
The key question that I keep thinking about is why it seems to be happening right now. I started programming in the 1980s. I've been working with computer networks and internet all my life. And we've been speaking about this revolution, and it just didn't happen. And now it did. 2023, 2022. Suddenly everything is happening. And this is really weird. It's weird because the first time I read about artificial intelligence was when I read this magazine. This is Tekniikan Maailma, a Finnish popular science magazine, number 4, 1983. This magazine is over 40 years old. I was 13 years old when I read this magazine, and it has an 8-page article about machine learning and artificial intelligence, 40 years ago. And the forecasts they make in this 40-year-old magazine are fairly accurate. They speak about how one day we'll have the capability of teaching these massively large systems and they will become intelligent. So it did really require 3 different revolutions. The first revolution, so far the biggest revolution of our time in technology world, which is the internet. I set up the first website for our company in April 1994, and I remember how we suddenly realized that the world is opening up. Internet deletes geography. No more borders, no more distances, no more geography. But even more than that, it turned everything, all the information, into data. Before the internet, news was physical. You can't use this for machine learning, because it's analog, it's on paper. Well, you can still buy newspapers on paper, but of course the information is already available, also available as data. Same thing with books, of course. Sure, you can buy a physical book, but you know that it has been digitized. And we've gone back and digitized all the old newspapers and old books as well. And more of the information is digital only. So, machine learning can be so much more powerful because we have things to teach to these algorithms. First revolution of the 3, the internet revolution. Second, well, we need a place to store all this data. Now we have the place to store all this data. We call it the cloud. It's part of the internet revolution, the fact that we now have capability of storing massively large data sets and have them accessible. So all the human knowledge is data, and we can store it and keep it online. And then you combine it with the third and the most important revolution, power, computing power. And this is insane. It is like...
It is insane. He is not being hyperbolic. This is wild.
Magic. The fact that we have supercomputers in our pockets. The fact that we humans are capable of building this. That's a close-up image of a chipset. A 3 nanometer chipset. So what does it mean when we say 3 nanometer? TSMC in Taiwan is right now using technology from ASML to build 3 nanometer chips. Some of you have iPhone 15s in your pockets. That's 3 nanometer technology.
Many of you had the iPhone 15. This is the thing. And this is, I think this plus AI is why Apple did such a push to get more of their old phones off the street and get them replaced with the iPhone 15.
What it really means is that you draw a diagram of a chipset, something like that. Then you use lithography, using light, actually laser, to burn that image onto silicon die, and that creates a chipset. The problem we have is that the lines are so close to each other. There's only 3 nanometers between them. How little is that? Well, a human hair, one hair, is 100,000 nanometers. So this is tiny, tiny, tiny. It's even harder when you realize that the wavelength of a laser is around 400 nanometers. A laser won't fit through. So if you have this drawing...
Right? The laser is too wide to etch the silicon die. The laser is, right?
And you want to burn it on silicon die with light. Light doesn't go through. You end up with a totally black thing. So how do you do this? Well, like I said, it's insane. The way they do it in these factories that create the chipsets in our pockets is that they take a tiny droplet of tin, suspend that droplet in midair, then hit it with powerful lasers, turning that droplet into plasma. Then they use that plasma as a lens and shoot lasers through that lens, which denses the light narrow enough that it barely fits through these drawings, which are 3 nanometers wide. If that sounds insane, to make it even more insane, they do this 50,000 times a second. And this, my friends, this is the hardest thing to do in the world.
Amazing. All right. New Matt Wolf.
It's been an interesting week in the AI world, and I don't want to waste your time, so let's just get right to it. Starting with the fact that Time Magazine released their best inventions of 2023, and in it, they had a whole section on AI. And among the AI tools, they listed 12 different products. Adobe's Generative Fill, GPT-4, Runway Gen 2, FeaturePrint, Dedrone, Meta Seamless M4T, Sovit's SVC, Alert California and CAL FIRE AI Wildfire Detector, Stable Audio, TrailGuard AI, DALL-E 3, Project Gutenberg, Audio Shake, and Humane AI Pin. While I agree with most of these that they should be on there, there's definitely some snubbed products, like maybe Midjourney version 5. I mean, they listed DALL-E 3, but Midjourney's way better at making realistic images, and it's a lot less censored than DALL-E 3. They also included Stable Audio, which to me is weird because I didn't find the outputs of Stable Audio that great, but then you have tools like Suno, which did a really good job of making AI music. And Google's Music LM is also much better than Stable Audio's output. Sovit's SVC is definitely good. If you've heard like the AI Drake song or the AI Kanye songs or any of those songs that went viral, they most likely use Sovit's SVC behind the scenes to actually get that singing voice to sound like that person. However, it's a very convoluted, difficult process. So that's also surprising. And the biggest shock on here is the Humane AI pin, which, yes, we got a preview of it at a TED Talk, and there was also some like runway show where people were wearing it, but most of the world hasn't seen it yet. And if you really want to know how biased Time is, check this out. Let's click into the Humane AI pin. Interesting. Investors in Humane include Time co-chairs and owners Mark and Lynn Benioff. Hat tip to Nick St. Pierre on Twitter for actually pointing that out to me. Also, the biggest clear omission, obviously, Future Tools website. I mean, come on. Also this week, Midjourney rolled out the beta version of their new long-awaited website. Now, while we can't actually generate images on the new website yet, Midjourney claims that feature should be available probably next month. But Midjourney does sometimes have a habit of
And my understanding is that it's been rolled out for like the heavy users to beta test the website. Like thousands of pictures generated are the people who are on there.
Estimating when something's actually going to go live. However, the website they do have is actually really cool. The search functionality up here is actually lightning fast. If I click search Halloween and hit enter, look how quickly it pulled up images that other people have generated related to Halloween. That was almost instant. You might think I sped up the video, but I didn't. And if I look into my images, you can see I have a zoomed out view of all of the images I've generated, so I can quickly hone in on the exact image I'm looking.
This would be nice to see in Leonardo. And like an easier way to like, because don't get me wrong, it's a process of iteration after iteration when it comes to AI generation until you start to hone in on what exactly you're, designing your prompts to come up with the specific images. And so in addition to many pictures that are great and I like, there are many that I do not, and the curation process there is a little Like, if you don't do it while you're creating the images, you're probably not going to go back.
Looking for, and this search works just as well in this area. So if I type robot, you can see all of the images I created that had the word robot somewhere in the prompt. You can also click on a specific image and press the numbers 1 through 4 to rate it, 4 being the highest rating. So if I press 4, you can see down in the bottom right, it just gave it the hearty eye emoji here. And when I go back to my search, I can actually filter it down to just the ones that I rated a 4. And you can see all of the images that I've given that high rating to. So it's another way to sort and filter all of the images that you've generated. But quite honestly, we're all just waiting for that generation inside of the website so we can get the heck out of Discord. This week, if you use Shutterstock, they actually integrated a feature that allows you to edit images using AI, including magic brush, creating variations, expanding images, smart resizing, background removing, and an AI image generator, which was actually launched earlier, but now you can hone in and get the exact image you're looking for. In fact, on their website, it says craft picture-perfect content with a palette of creative AI features to design and edit any Shutterstock image, generated or stock. So if you find a stock image that you really like, but it's missing just one little touch, you can do some sort of generative fill in it or remove the background or remove an element of it. Although, if I'm totally honest, I really don't understand why people wouldn't just go generate the exact image they're looking for and then use generative fill or one of the existing in-painting tools to get the exact image they're looking for. Amazon's getting into the AI image generation game as well. They rolled out an AI-powered image generation tool to help advertisers deliver a better ad experience for customers. So Amazon sellers that are advertising their products can now take a generic image and have AI apply a specific background to it to make the ads for their products stand out a little bit better and draw people's attention to them. But as AI images become more prolific, companies like Google are trying to help people better detect what's AI and what's not. This week, Google announced tools to help users fact-check images. Google is going to allow people to view an image's history, metadata, and the context users used it with on different sites. So Google announced an About This Image feature so that users can understand when the image was first seen by Google's search. It's also going to help people understand how people describe the image on the sites to help debunk any false claims. So it's going to look at sites where these images appear and give contextual information about what those websites said about the image. Also, if an image was generated with one of Google's AI generators, the company said that it marks all images created by Google AI as well. So if I go to Google Images, I search for an image of a wolf here. Let's click on this one. If I click these 3 dots up here, we've got this About This Image button, and this image is at least 5 years old, so we know it's probably not AI generated, and we can see the web results of where this image appeared to get better context around what was actually said about this image. But of course, artists still want to protect themselves from their
Facebook, Facebook, right? But Facebook has an issue with AI generated images that people really seem to think are actual real things. And yeah.
Images being trained into AI models. So also this week, we saw a new tool rolled out called Nightshade. This is a tool that messes up training data in ways that can cause serious damage to image generating AI models. A new tool lets artists add invisible changes to the pixels in their art before they upload it online, so that if it's scraped into an AI training set, it can cause the resulting model to break in chaotic and unpredictable ways. Here's some examples of what a clean model looks like, and with poisoned samples within that model. So here's what a dog looks like with Stable Diffusion XL. Here's what it will start to generate if there's 50 poisoned samples in there, 100 poisoned samples, 300 poisoned samples. And you can see how it pretty much destroys what these images look like and starts to shift them to completely wrong images. However, stuff like this, I think, is also going to be a perpetual cat and mouse game. I think the people that are training the models are most likely going to figure out ways to circumvent the poisoning of the models as well. But I also believe that there's a constant push towards opt-in only. So future models will likely be more and more just trained on images that permission was given for those images to be trained on. So in my opinion, the need for tools like this Nightshade are going to be less and less needed as time goes on. This week, OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, and Microsoft all gave an update about their model forum. They appointed their first executive director, Chris Mezzaroli. Now, we talked about the forum in a previous video, but just to sort of catch you up, the mission of the forum is to advance AI safety research, promote responsible development of frontier models, and minimize potential risks, identify safety best practices for frontier models, share knowledge with policymakers, academics, civil society, and others to advance responsible AI development, and support efforts to leverage AI to address society's biggest challenges. They also announced a $10 million AI safety fund. The primary focus of the fund will be supporting the development of new model evaluations and techniques for red teaming AI models to help develop and test evaluation techniques for potentially dangerous.
Okay, so this, looking at it in the context of what Biden said earlier with the executive order, this, I'm going to hazard a guess, is the primary example of what is going to be used to determine whether or not the the AI is safe according to Biden's executive order. But Ferris, just move your little claws out of my soft bits. Thank you. But again, we still have to wait and see until we see what the actual executive order is, and then how the industry responds.
Dangerous capability of frontier systems. Basically, they're funding a team outside of the actual companies themselves that are funding it to find ways to make these tools more secure, more private, and also to try to break the tools and find vulnerabilities and bugs and issues with the tools. OpenAI also announced an internal team this week that they're calling their preparedness team. This preparedness team essentially has the same role as the forum team. Their goal is to manage the catastrophic risks from frontier AI by answering questions like, how dangerous are frontier AI systems when put to misuse, both now and in the future? How can we build a robust framework for monitoring, evaluation, prediction, and protection against the dangerous capabilities of frontier AI systems? And if our frontier AI model weights were stolen, how might malicious actors choose to leverage them? They also launched their $25,000 AI Preparedness Challenge. They're looking for 10 submissions of novel ideas to prevent catastrophic issues. And if you end up helping them, you could end up getting a piece of that $25,000 in API credits. And if OpenAI is doing it, Google might as well too. So acting on our commitment to safe and secure AI. So this week, Google announced their bug bounty program specific to generative AI. They released some criteria over on the Google security blog of what sort of things are in scope and out of scope to potentially receive the bounties for helping them find bugs in their AI systems. Also this week, the British Prime Minister announced that he would establish a new artificial intelligence safety institute, as well as seeking buy-in for a new global expert panel on the emerging technology. Next week, the UK is having their Global AI Summit, where they intend to set up a body that will investigate AI risks and share those with global partners. They also claim that they will make the work of their AI Safety Institute available to the world. Next, also this week, Amazon is bringing conversational AI to kids with the launch of Explore with Alexa. This is actually an Alexa conversational experience designed for kids under the age of 13. However, it still can be led astray and hallucinate answers. However, Amazon claims they've put some guardrails in place to address the potential problems. If you remember from a few months ago, Yannick Kilcher and an entire community of people launched Open Assistant, and it was designed to be a ChatGPT alternative that was completely open source and essentially completely built and trained by the people that were using it. Well, this week, they decided that they are done working on it. Now, it is still open source. It is still openly available. People can go and pick up where they left off and continue working on it. But the initial team that was building it said that essentially they are happy with where they're leaving off on it, and their work here is done, essentially. They also went on to say that with all of the major companies getting involved, the Googles, the Metas, the Microsofts, the Amazons of the world, all getting involved in building large language models, they just didn't feel like they were going to be able to build something that was going to be at that level with the resources they had available to them. And finally, in the last bit of large language model news for the week, there was a little bit of a leak around Gemini and something called Stubbs. Now, in this Medium post, Bedros, that last name, essentially leaked screenshots of what Gemini and Stubbs will look like. Now, we kind of already know that Google's Palm 2 is going to be replaced by Gemini. And if you're wondering, well, what is this Stub that he's talking about? It's a feature where you get to build and launch your own AI.
I mean, 'twas ever thus, but because it's open source, then maybe. But I don't know, like, unless you create a space within the the existing infrastructure dedicated to open source and like that small company kind of thing, just the volume that is going to be eaten up in development of these future tools it's just how it's going to roll out. Like I don't have another solution other than, as I said, you would have to, from a top down, from a government agency, I'm with you, but like it's not enough to say something sucks. I don't like that. It happens way too much. It happens a lot on Twitch, and it gets us into like just these rage circles of I am angry about thing, and now I'm going to watch someone talk about something, and we are going to all be angry about thing together, and then that's it. Done, right? Like, we're not actually going to talk about what a solution might look like, and not a solution that is like, imaginary, but like an actual something you can see from where you're standing. Right? So what would it require? It would require government funding of a space, and you could theoretically tax the AI companies themselves to make sure that there's a space dedicated to that. I just don't know if that is even something that they would want to do. And if they don't want to do it, then it won't happen.
Generated app directly from MakerSuite. He says that translation between languages will be fully supported in MakerSuite.
Exactly. And that's what it is like that's the research and development and open source and universities and whatever that entity is needs to be reconstituted to create that kind of environment. Not whatever, like, what universities and other things have developed into. We need a reconstitution. Is that plausible? I mean, probably not until we got to the other side of whatever is going to occur. Like, in a post-work environment, maybe.
Suite, and Google will provide a sample prompt for translating between Spanish and English when it's out, so keep an eye out for that. Now, from the leaked screenshots, he claims that this new Stubbs tool will be like AI-generated Figma prototypes. It won't create full code, but rather working AI-generated app prototypes. You can see in this screenshot here there's a text box, and within the text box, they wrote, make an app that provides pet care instructions. He also claims that you'll be able to remix stubs and have your own twist on an idea. He then showed off some leaked screenshots from Gemini here, which shows that it will likely be multimodal. It looks like you'll be able to upload images and ask questions about the images. And I'll link to this blog post in the description, along with everything else I've talked about in this video today. So
we covered this last week. Old Lobster dug this up. I think it was last week. Pretty sure it was last week. And it's, I mean, yeah, it could be something, but it's also, like, I don't know who this guy is, and it's pictures plus words. So we still have to wait and see what Gemini is actually going to do.
You can read more about the details yourself. Seeing how this is some leaked screenshots and there's been no confirmation from anybody other than Bedros here, still take this information with a grain of salt. I mean, it feels pretty legitimate, but you just never know. And speaking of leaks, this week there was a leak of the new Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. Now, the Snapdragon is the mobile chip that's in many mobile phones these days. Here it says the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, its debut in mobile platform designed specifically for generative AI. Now, again, since this was a leak and not something that was actually confirmed by one of the companies involved, take this with a grain of salt, but I mean, it's pretty fair to assume that all next generation chips are going to be designed with AI in mind, so I'd say we can fairly confidently assume that this information is correct. One thing for sure is that Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 will definitely challenge iPhone 15's ray tracing capability. It's a console-defying and premium level Gen 3 with a ray tracing feature brought to you by Unreal Engine 5.2 and can upscale cutscenes up to 8K. Now, this article is full of technical jargon that quite honestly is over my head, but here's the full leaked specs here if you want to pause and take a look. Quite honestly, I don't personally have a frame of reference other than what this article tells.
It was multimodality. What I see? 240 frames per second gaming at a 240 hertz display. Night vision. $10 gig up, 3.5 down. Or, I'm sorry, 10 down, 3.5 up. Video object erasure. That's a thing. When you do a video and there's some aspect of it, like, you know, maybe there's another couple, like you're doing family vacation video and there's another couple in there, you can edit them out now.
Quite honestly, I don't personally have a frame of reference other than what this article tells me, that it's going to give iPhone 15 a run for its money. It sounds like YouTube might be trying to make an official way to create AI Drake fakes. And I guess not just AI Drake. They want to get the rights to use musicians' songs to train a new AI-powered voice replicating tool. YouTube is currently developing an AI-powered tool that allows users to replicate the voice of famous musicians while recording audio, according to a new report by Bloomberg. No deals have yet been signed by any major record label, but Bloomberg sources claim that the discussion between parties are currently ongoing.
Like, look at this in the context of what Giannis said regarding this idea of cloud capitalism that we are moving into. Companies are doing rent seeking to other companies, so the idea that they could offer this to people who wanted to create something, and obviously they must see a sufficient volume of interest in order to try and make this kind of thing happen, then you would pay for a service, and then when you used music, voices, what have you, they would have to pay a small, like API, small licensing fee, probably based on the volume of any particular thing, could be by the second, minute, I don't know. Like I'm in speculation mode. Deductive speculation mode. But that you could do that to create your stuff, and then there would probably be some aspect of it, like, because it's creating on YouTube, that I don't know if there'd be a licensing thing where you have, but I mean, what else is there besides YouTube? There is Vimeo and there are other services, but let's get real, it's YouTube.
A ton is known about this yet, but it sounds like YouTube wants to find a way to work with the music labels to allow people to use AI-generated songs, but I would assume also fairly compensate the artists. And speaking of YouTube, YouTube Music now lets you make your own playlist art with AI. Previously, YouTube didn't even let you change the cover art of your playlist at all, and still it looks like you won't get to upload your own image, but you can now make a custom image using generative AI for your playlist. Nothing mind-blowing.
No, but that kind of sounds like they're going after, like, Spotify even more, right? The whole YouTube Music thing is to compete with Spotify, and by offering a better customer experience, that is one way that you can get over. And being able to create your own images is something that people like to do. Like, people like to personalize their playlists and things like that. Plus, it's a visual as opposed to a name recognition. And then, yeah. And like, not uploading your own pictures has to do with, like, I don't know, people like to upload dicks on the internet, and you don't want that as a company.
But since I was on the topic of YouTube, figured I might as well mention it. Late last week, Satya Nadella from Microsoft wrote his annual letter to the shareholders. And, well, it's a pretty long document. So I did what any smart person does who wants to save time, and I plugged the long document into Claude and asked it to give me the high-level bullets of things in the letter that are related to AI. And this is what it told me. Microsoft is entering a new era focused on AI, including launching Copilot, an everyday AI assistant that will be integrated across Microsoft products. Microsoft introduced AI capabilities across products like GitHub Copilot for developers, Dynamics 365 Copilot for business applications, and Microsoft 365 Copilot for productivity. Microsoft aims to train and certify 10 million people with digital skills, including AI skills, by 2025. So far, it's helped 8.5 million gain the skills. Microsoft believes AI can help address climate change and launch tools like Global Renewables Watch to map clean energy sources. Microsoft acquired Activision Blizzard and is using AI to improve gaming through recommendations and personalization in Xbox Game Pass. Microsoft launched new AI-powered search features in Bing, including chat and image generation, and Microsoft is focused on developing AI responsibly with principles, practices, and tools to ensure trustworthy and ethical AI, something that we also talked about at the beginning of this video. So here's something fun. Several months ago, we talked about how there's a new Beatles song coming out, and Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr worked on it, but they were also able to use vocals from John Lennon using some old recordings that they found combined with AI. Well, we now have a release date of when we can expect this new song. The song is called Now and Then, and it drops on November 2nd with a music video debuting on November 3rd. So if you're a Beatles fan or an AI fan, that's something to look forward to. This week, Forbes launched a new generative AI search tool called Adelaide, powered by Google Cloud. It's basically an AI-powered search engine to help you search the news on Forbes. Also this week, this article came out claiming that Google Maps is becoming more like search thanks to AI. Google Maps is getting an AI makeover, adding new features like immersive view and making existing features like driving directions easier to follow. The biggest takeaway here is that Google wants Maps to be more like search, a place where people...
And I would like to, there are, like, I use GPS all the time, right? Like when I get into the car, I turn on the GPS, even to go places that I have been many, 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 many times, because stuff can happen, right? Car accidents or a road closure I didn't know about. When I leave the house, I use GPS. But there are certain locations that I go to that where I'm going is not what it and like the Google community, because one of the things you can do is if it doesn't take you to the front door, or if you don't go to the front door via its directions, then it will ask you if, like, where is the front door? And you move the map around and put the little arrow on the front door. But it is a volume thing, right? Like the number of people who have entered the information on the front door. I don't necessarily go to the front door. I would like my iteration of GPS to pay attention and learn where I am going so that it, like, takes that into consideration. Another thing, I don't like to make left turns. Left turns are a safety hazard. And this is why, like, the big shipping companies like FedEx and UPS and Amazon, they tend to, in their, because when you do that stuff, you have, like, it tells you how you should go, right, in order to hit all your stops. And they tend to avoid lefts for the same reason, right? Like it's a whole, I'm just telling you, man, making a left turn, the only time you should be making a left turn is when there's a protected left turn, because otherwise you open yourself to the jackass who you can't see, who's exceeding the speed limit, yada, 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 yada. So, I like to make right turns. I feel like my GPS directions have learned this about me, and I get less left turns unless, like, to not do that would take me well out of my way. I could be making an assumption and jumping to a conclusion there, but that's what it feels like.
People can obviously come get directions or find coffee shops and EV chargers, but also enter vague queries like fall foliage, latte art, or things to do in Tokyo, and get a whole bunch of actually useful hits. Google is using neural radiance fields, aka NERFs, which is a form of generative AI to sort through billions of images, including aerial photos, street imagery, and indoor snaps to create 360-degree experiences. Traffic information is culled from historical data and filtered through Google's predictive algorithm to help users figure out the best time to get somewhere with the least amount of traffic. So to me, this sounds like some pretty cool and pretty useful new updates that we're going to be getting inside of Google Maps pretty soon. In the world of robotics, Boston Dynamics put ChatGPT inside...
This is such a bad idea. This is such a bad idea. I understand what they were trying to do, and I don't see anything sinister here, but it comes off.
One of their robots, and they're using it as a robot tour guide. The robot could walk around, look at objects in the environment, use VQA or captioning model to describe them, and then elaborate on those descriptions using a large language model. Additionally, the large language model could answer questions from the tour audience and plan what actions the robot should take next. This article then goes on to share a lot of the technical details about how this actually works, and it's even using 11 labs to do the text-to-speech, meaning that it probably has a pretty realistic sounding voice. I found this to be interesting as well. The Waymo driverless...
Okay, since he's not going to do it, then we need to...
This is a
Austin Dynamics ChatGPT.
Greetings, good sirs. May I have the pleasure of knowing your names?
I'm Matt, and that's Vache.
A pleasure to meet you, Matt and Vacha. Shall we commence our journey? The charging stations where Spot robots rest and recharge is our first point of
It's doing the puppet mouth thing.
interest. Follow me, gentlemen. Let's proceed to the rock pile.
Hey, Spot, how do you like your job?
Ah, Mr. Matt, my employment as a tour guide provides great satisfaction. I find the dissemination of knowledge rather rewarding, don't you agree? Now behold the rock pile, a splendid collection of stone ensconced within wood boxes.
Hey, Spot, I love your accent.
Let us venture onward to the calibration board, shall we? Keep close. Why, thank you, Mr. Matt. My linguistics have been meticulously crafted to provide an authentic British
Behold the wood pile.
experience. Now behold the calibration board, a marvel of black and white QR code tags.
All right, so you can see why, like, why that might come off more creepy than cool.
Vehicles are now available through Uber, and it's starting in Phoenix.
There it
so
is.
you can actually open up Uber and order yourself an autonomous Waymo vehicle, and a driverless car will show up, pick you up, and take you to your destination. If you just want to use the Waymo app straight up, you can actually use it in Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and pretty soon Austin, Texas.
Now, this could be an absolute disaster like that, but I swear to God, a certain guy who does a show about news and some more of it was indicating why that this was never going to happen, kind of thing, saying, yeah, Reed, like...
This week, Bill Gates did an interview with a German newspaper. During his interview, he said that he thinks that the generative AI is kind of plateauing. He said that we shouldn't have very high expectations of GPT-5.
Bill Gates. No one is ever going to need more than, what is it, 64 kilobytes, 64 megabytes of memory?
He doesn't believe it's going to be much of a leap over GPT-4, and that we've seen most of the significant leaps already that we're going to see, at least for a while.
There is a reason I rarely talk about anything that Bill Gates has to say on this channel.
Personally, I don't actually believe that. I think we haven't seen anything yet. We have a little bit of multimodal capability with things like ChatGPT. We can now have it generate images, and we can now upload images. But I imagine in future versions, we're going to be able to upload audio. We're going to be able to have it give us audio back that we can download.
I mean, let's be real, okay? And I'm not saying that Bill isn't a smart guy, because apparently, like, he can consume books. And, like, I see the relationship between his ability to consume books and the things about ChatGPT, for instance, that are, like, that I can understand. And I myself, like, I consume a vast amount of material, not vast, like, I consume a bunch of material, and then stuff will bump into each other, and that's how I come up with a lot of, like, my conclusions. But Bill's claim to fame is that he took something that Xerox invented and bought it from them on the cheap, and then sold it and cornered the market, and then was able to make a whole bunch of money. realistically, that's what Bill Gates has done. I'm not listening to Bill Gates.
We're going to be able to upload video and have it actually generate videos for us. Right now, we can't even connect GPT-4 Vision with DALL-E 3, which seems like a no-brainer that they would be able to go back and forth and iterate off of each other pretty soon. So I still think we have quite a bit more advancing to do, and I can even comprehend what these advancements are, and I don't know what I don't know. So there's probably advancements coming from these things that I'm not even comprehending yet. On this one, I kind of gotta disagree with Bill Gates, but I also don't necessarily know what he knows. So who knows? That's a lot of knows. And finally, Meta chief.
I think he's a smart guy, but I think he's operating under an ethical, socio-economic, financial, and technological framework I don't agree with. Yeah. And again, like Matt did bring up a good point at the end of that. Maybe he does know something that we don't know. I just feel like I would agree with Matt in that the things that we do know, and like we have only scratched the surface of what we're able to do with what we currently have. So, I don't know, man.
Chief AI scientist says AI won't threaten humans. Jan LeCun, the chief AI scientist at Meta, said that labeling the existential risk of AI is premature and it's preposterous that AI might kill off humanity. If you're not familiar with Jan LeCun, he is one of the godfathers of AI. He won the Turing Award with Geoffrey Hinton and Yoshua Bengio. He is one of the people that has been working on this stuff from the early days. And well, he doesn't necessarily see eye to eye with Yoshua and Geoffrey Hinton anymore, because he believes that all of this existential worry that AI is going to kill off humanity is overblown, while Yoshua and Hinton are sort of on the opposite end of that spectrum, where they're much more cautious and thinking that we should be a little bit more worried than we actually are. He says the debate on existential risk is very premature until we have a design for a system that can even rival a cat in terms of learning capabilities, which we don't have at the moment. He sees AI as more of a helper and manager of our everyday lives. He says everyone's interaction with the digital world will be mediated by AI systems. Personally, I fall somewhere in between. I have a healthy amount of fear and some concern over where AI is headed, but I also tend to lean fairly optimistic that we're going to figure this out as we go. And well, I actually have some upcoming videos on that exact topic that I'm really excited to share in the near future. I'm really trying to put some polish on them and get my thoughts out clearly on those topics. So look for those on the YouTube channel soon. And if you haven't already, click the button to subscribe to this channel to make sure that that shows up in your YouTube feed. That's all the AI news I got for you for this week. And I'm recording this on Thursday. There might even be new news on Friday that I totally
Another Matt Wolf. This, I think, actually was from the day before. Yeah.
So I have a habit of collecting really cool AI research and tools that I come across and building it up for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then making a video like this to share all of the cool stuff that I've come across over the last several weeks. Some of the stuff is recently released research where we can use demos on places like Hugging Face or Google Colab, and some of it is research that the creators are kind of showing off what it can do, but maybe we don't quite have access to it yet. I love making videos like this because this is literally the future of AI and visual effects, and I love these little sneak peeks into where everything is going. So let's start with image generation. Now, I'm personally in this like AI bubble when I'm on Twitter or X or whatever, and lately I've been seeing a ton of this 0123 plus.
And this is the curation of your feed. Now, yes, you can end up in a bubble and not be aware of things, but like sometimes it has been said, not necessarily by me, but I understand the logic behind it, that there are some issues, right? Like for an individual, of too much awareness of things that they can't actually affect. And, you know, control your intake is basically the thing. So, like, being in a bubble within your social media space could have some negative connotations to it, but also there's a lot of stuff that exists in social media that you don't necessarily have to consume. A lot of it because you don't actually understand the accuracy of anything that you're seeing. And given what we already understand about rage engagement and how that functions with social media, controlling your intake is generally recommended.
Which essentially is an AI where you can upload a single image, for example, this fire extinguisher. From this single image, it will actually show you what that image would look like from multiple other angles. Here's another example of an image with a ghost eating hamburgers, and you can see that same ghost eating hamburgers from multiple angles and viewpoints. I have this headshot image of myself on my desktop. I'm kind of curious to see what happens when I pull this in. We'll drag and drop it right into this Hugging Face demo here. Submit it. And 15 seconds later, I have my face from all sorts of different angles. I uploaded this cool AI-generated wolf image, and I've got different angles on this, but it seems to struggle a little bit with the wider aspect ratio of the image because it kind of cut off the wolf and all the images. But pretty cool that you can upload a single image with one perspective and actually get a different image of all the various perspectives on that image. Here's some more research out of Microsoft called Idea to Image. The code isn't publicly available yet, but basically it's going to let us do all sorts of cool stuff to generate images closer to what we're looking for. So some of the examples that they share here, they've got this object count, 5 people sitting around a table, drinking beer and eating buffalo wings. Not bad. I actually think DALL-E 3 does that pretty well already. A logo suitable for a stylish hotel, and it generated this logo here. Here's another example, photo of the object pointed by the blue arrow and a brown corgi. So they uploaded an image of an arrow pointing at a ball, and it noticed that this was a ball, and it put that same ball with a corgi. This one, they uploaded an image of somebody playing tennis here and gave the prompt a cartoon drawing of Mr. Bean playing tennis with the same clothes and pose as the given image. You can see the result output over here on the far right. Mr. Bean wearing a yellow shirt with the same exact pose as the pose in this picture here. Image manipulation, a drawing with the background changed to a beach. So it's this image here, but then they put a beach behind it in pretty much the same pose with the same person in it. They were even able to put 2 images in here. Photo of Bill Gates with the same clothes as the given image with a dog that looks like this one in this image. You can see on the far right here, Bill Gates wearing a pretty similar suit and a dog next to Bill Gates that looks like this dog. Just imagine how much more dialed in we can get with our images and get to the exact idea that we have in our mind using some of this stuff. Check this one out. Blending images for new visual design. A logo with a design that naturally blends the 2 given images as a new logo. The first image is this stethoscope with a paw, and the second image is this little pug image here. And look, it generated this logo of a pug with a stethoscope around it. This one to me is really, really impressive. Again, not something that we have public access to yet. And if you want even more ideas of what this is capable of here, there's all sorts of examples that they share down here that you can click through and see exactly what it's capable of. Really, really killer stuff. I'll make sure I link to this in the description below. I link to all the research that I'm sharing in this video. And it looks like MattVid Pro also made a video on this exact research. So check that out for an even deeper dive into what this idea to image is capable of. Next up, let's check out PixArt Alpha. Fast training of diffusion transformers for photorealistic text-to-image synthesis. Some of these names just roll off the tongue. So first off, just look at some of the images that it generates. Now, these are some really good images, right? You've got real beautiful woman, Luffy from One Piece, a poster of a mechanical cat, technical schematics viewed from front, nature versus human nature. In my mind, these are like Midjourney DALL-E 3 level results here. These look really, really good. But we've already got DALL-E and we've already got Midjourney. So what's so special about this? Well, they've managed to really optimize the training of this model. So if we scroll down here, the training of this is so much more efficient than what else is available out there. You can see the CO2 emissions of the various models that are available. DALL-E 2, to train it, had the CO2 emissions of 5 humans. Imogen had the CO2 emissions of 0.8 of a human, Stable Diffusion 1.5, 0.7, and then PixArt Alpha 0.07. And then the cost to actually train these models, DALL-E 2, it cost $2.14 million to train DALL-E 2. Imogen, $366,000. Stable Diffusion 1.5, $320,000.
And this is, to respond to the conversation from earlier with old Lobster about the smaller companies not being able to compete, this might actually be a response to that, right? Like, because, I mean, you're seeing it right here, right? In the training time, in the overall cost, like this, like if you asked me to put together 26K, I might be able to leverage everyone I know and come up with 26K. But this is not an unreasonable amount of money. You know, theoretically, if one had good credit and so on and so forth, you might be able to get a loan for 26K to bump out your own model. Like, this is not an unreasonable amount of money. Almost guarantee these costs are all in data centers like Azure and AWS, which means you have the leftover processing of the model that the big guys aren't using. That is true, but that is where the, you know, like the opportunity lies, is can you get close to this? You know why we don't have nationalized data centers. Can you get close to the quality of these other models for fractions of the time and cost? And then like even looking at this from a capitalist standpoint, if I'm an investor and I give you 26K, then, and you produce something that you can use, that, you know, customers can use for cheaper than these other models, then not only can I get you that money back in a reasonable amount of time plus profit, it's like the opportunity to undercut the competition is there. This is possibly, I don't want to overstate it, but this is possibly an example of what I've been saying about costs trending towards zero.
PixArt Alpha, 26,000. So it's just a much more efficient model of training, but the results are on par with something you'd get out of a Midjourney SDXL or DALL-E 3. I really, really love the contrast.
I mean, like, I don't use Midjourney. I do use Leonardo. These are comparable, if not to like the current models, at least like recent previous ones, right? There are some features of this face, like if you look at the lips, right, they're slightly off, and that is like almost an artifact of the more recent generation, but like that was a month or two ago. So like, what is the next model of pixel art going to look like? And is it comparable?
In these images, they remind me of like something I'd get out of Midjourney. It also works with ControlNet, so you can upload extra references like reference images and the outlines and things like that to dial in the image just like you would in a normal Stable Diffusion generation. It also works with Dream Booth, which if you've watched my past videos, Dream Booth allows you to train your own sort of objects or likeness into a model. So you can actually train your own face into this model if you wanted to, or your own dog's face into this model. And there are some more samples on this page, and they're really, really good. Now on their project page, they do have a Hugging Face demo button, but when I click on it, it doesn't appear to be an actual working demo yet. Next up, check out Hyperhuman. Hyper-realistic human generation with latent structural diffusion. This is a model with one goal in mind, to make the most realistic looking humans possible. You can see here a young kid stands before a birthday cake decorated with Captain America. Look how realistic this person is. A man who is sitting in a bus looking away from the window. You see an image like this on Instagram and somebody tells you it's a real photo, you're probably gonna believe them. An older man is wearing a funny hat in his dining room. Man sitting on brick-covered ground, appearing dirty and tired. They've got some other examples down here that compare it to some other models. If we take a peek here, you can see we've got a man riding skis down the side of a snow-covered ski slope. And this is what it generated. Super realistic compared to all these other ones that are here. A pedestrian walks down the snowy street with an umbrella. Ultra realistic. Something going on funky with his left leg compared to his right leg, but compared to these other images here, pretty dang realistic. The SDXL one's pretty dang good though. And then finally, a man riding on top of a brown horse while wearing a hat. This is their generation compared to these other models. SDXL's pretty decent, but the realism on this model, so dang good. So if you look at this image, the skateboard's all jacked up, but the person on the skateboard looks pretty damn realistic. But compared to these other models, Stable Diffusion 2.1, like, what's going on? This person's arm is as long as their entire body. Deep Floyd just lacks the detail. SDXL, this person's got 3 legs. Human SD, like, this person looks like they got ran over by a car. That's just the image generation tech that I wanted to show you. I've got so much more cool stuff to show you here around text to video, text to 3D world, text to 3D object. But before I do,
Sorry, Matt.
Appreciate you guys. Here's something I came across on Twitter that I thought was pretty cool from Jared Liu. He says that the latest version of Adobe Express now has the ability to create character animations from your voice. Now, he says this is voice to AI character animation, but I couldn't actually confirm that this was using AI, so I'm not 100% sure it is. But regardless, I think it's a pretty dang cool feature. If you check out Adobe Express at adobe.com/express, click on Get Adobe Express Free here, I can scroll down, and under suggested quick actions, there's this one that says animate from audio. If I click on this, we have the option of multiple characters. And by the way, that character that I just saw a second ago, this guy, he looks very familiar. I think this is a trick that my buddy Olivio Sorikas here has known about for a little while, because if you go to the end of one of his videos, he's got this little dude.
This is the end screen. There's other stuff you can watch like this.
But now I know how he did it. It looks like he probably made it with Adobe Express using this Toll character. But let's go ahead and use a talking taco, because everybody knows I love tacos. And I can change the background. I can make it a transparent background, and then I can put the animation over any scene that I want, or I can use one of their existing backgrounds here. I'm a huge baseball fan, so let's put the taco on a baseball diamond. I could scale my character up or down. Let's make it a giant taco and put it right in the center there. And then I can change the aspect ratio, but I'm just gonna go ahead and leave it at 1:1, and I can record. Hey, my name is Matt the Taco, and I love baseball, and I love eating tacos. Does that make me a cannibal? Now it says hang tight, generating a preview, and here's my video. Hey, my name is Matt the Taco, and I love baseball, and I love eating tacos. Does that make me a cannibal? I think some of the animations are a little bit more pronounced if you use one of these actual characters here. Using the taco was probably not the best example to show it off, but if you want to see a really good example, go watch Olivio's videos, because he does it at the end of every single one of them. Again, not 100% positive this is using AI, but it's really cool nonetheless, and I wanted to share it with you. All right, now let's shift into text to video. Text to video has gotten so good lately. You've got Runway Gen 2, you've got Pika Labs, you've got Moon Valley, you've got Morph Studio, you've got Animate Diff. There's so many cool text to video options out there. And now we've got this new one called Show One, varying pixel and latent diffusion models for text to video generation. And if you look at some of these examples here, they look much more realistic than what we've gotten out of some of the previous text to video. And it even looks like we can generate text inside of our videos now. So check out this comparison using the prompt. A panda besides the waterfall is holding a sign that says Show Lab. Here's
so that's hands teeth, words. And don't get me wrong, as he showed, you can still end up with like extra limbs and things like that. But trust me, it is very easy to not get those results with a little bit of effort. You can. Do I have it open? Okay. Real quick, trigger warning. If you've got the thing where when you see like whatever it's called, like tryptophobia or whatever, when you see a lot of like holes or dot things together, this might freak you out. But I was iterating off the idea of I came up with the idea like an eye made of eyes, right? And I never got there. Don't get me wrong. I never got to what I was actually thinking. But like when you see some of these eyes, like this is some bizarre ass, like, and what I'm doing here, like my thought process is I am trying to figure out what it is about the words that I'm entering that are causing the results that I get, right? Like I'm looking at it from a language processing kind of thing because I'm really into language, and I've got some weird I've got some like books that I'm working through, like because internet, how language is changing, by Gretchen McCullough. And I recently got not a board game, but it's like a card and role playing game called Dialect, which is about language. So this is this is what I like to do for fun. So that's what I'm looking for. It's like, how do I communicate better to the AI to get the results that I want to? And it's weird because they're like little, like you got marbles and like little shell looking thingies. And it's like, now when we got up here and these are, one of the things is each of these are done, or like each set of 4, or I might run 8 iterations. Like this is done with, where is it? This is Leonardo, but with alchemy and like that. This is if you look at it in more of an abstract sense, this is an iris made out of shapes that could, theoretically at least, be eyes. So it's like certain models we're getting closer to, like this is an abstract one. Like a human could paint this as representative of something, if you follow me. And then there's always, I'm always trying to figure out, like, why do you end up with these doubles? And like sometimes the doubles are really cool, like this one. Right? And this weird Muppet bird thing down here. I really like this one. Like, and then you got weird shit. And this is when I started using the prompt generator. So the prompt was, as opposed to eyeball made of eyes, this is an otherworldly eyeball crafted from a kaleidoscope of miniature eyeballs, each one capturing a unique and vivid scene from the depths of the imagination. And then you end up with this, almost like what you would get if instead of barnacles they were eyeballs. It's just like the weird shit that you end up with, I think, is really neat. And it's the fact that I did all of this, like from these first eyeball pictures all the way up to some of these. And some of these are fun, like this guy, and like the idea of like a webcam, but it's an actual eyeball, but it's cartoony, so it's friendly. And then this is when I turned on elements, right? I added the elements, biopunk. And then up here, this is the element ivory and gold, because I started to trend towards the aesthetic Borg look. And again, like a webcam, but like also an eye. You know what I mean? And I did all of these in the space of like an hour. I could never afford to have an artist do that. Right? This one is really creepy. It's like the hand, but then the eyeball. So yeah. And then what is it? I typed in infinite recursion and it came up with this. Like, why this? There's also infinite recursion. The language aspect of it is just fascinating to me.
Show 1, where you can see the panda, waterfall, and the sign that says Show Lab. This one, no sign at all, but you do have a panda and a waterfall. This is model scope. Zero scope, you got some letters in there. You got the panda and the waterfall, and then some random letters floating in the sky. And then Gen 2 is, well, you can see what I see. Here's some more examples. Look at this snail right here. Snail slowly creeping along. Super macro, close-up, high resolution, best quality. Model scope's actually pretty solid, but I mean, look at the colors in Show 1. It just looks so good. Zero scope, we've got like a swarm of snails, and then Gen 2, not great compared to the rest. Speaking of text to video, we have new research called Motion Director. Motion customization of text to video diffusion models. Now this is really cool because you can actually give it an input video and then have it generate new ideas based on the combination of the input video and your text prompt. So they uploaded a few videos of people lifting weights and then gave it the text prompt, a bear is lifting weights. And you can see here's a video of a bear lifting weights, sort of following the way the video was doing it. A dog is lifting weights. You can see here's the video of that. They input a video of like a drone shot going around this house here. And then they gave a prompt of a pyramid in a forest. And you can see it sort of circles around this AI generated pyramid in the same way it circles around the house. A temple on a mountain, same idea. Here's a input video of a car running on a road. They changed it to a tank in the desert and a tiger in the forest, and it sort of followed the same path as that car. Here's some other examples here, some input videos of people playing golf. You can see it compared to Tuna Video and several Zero Scope models, and then the Motion Director model, which looks a lot more like a monkey playing golf than the rest of them. And this page has several other examples that you can explore and see what this model is really capable of. Now let's talk about audio with AI. This research recently came out called Salmon Speech Audio Language Music Open Neural Network. It allows speech, audio, and music inputs, and you can essentially chat with the audio to ask questions about the audio. And this one does have a working demo live over on Gradio here. For example, you can upload an audio. They have some examples here. Let's go ahead and use this first gunshots one and take a listen.
Can you guess where I am right now?
So if I click upload and start chat here, I can ask it a question. What sounds are heard in the background? Gunshots and explosions are heard in the background. What is the person saying? The person is saying, can you guess where I am right now? So it listens and it can hear both the sound effects and the person speaking, and understand it. Where is the person from the audio? Person is from the United States. I was looking for like Warzone or something like that, but you get the idea. You can upload audio and then ask questions about the audio. Here's something really interesting that's been circulating around the web lately. It's this video of a car on fire. Now, the environment is the real world. So everything you see, the cars, the streets, everything in the background, this is actually real world, but the car itself is actually computer generated. So the car, the fire, the smoke, this is all computer generated imagery. You can see as they move this little pill shaped thing through it, the fire and the smoke is all impacted by it. It's just so crazy because this is the type of thing that makes it harder and harder for people to actually believe their eyes when they see videos on the internet. Now, do keep in mind, this video has been circulating on Twitter, and somebody actually wrote this video was generated in Unreal Engine. It's crucial to understand what 5th generation warfare looks like. Social engineering and misinformation is the name of the game, but the creator of this actually—
Oh, no, Matt, no, this is Lauren Southern. No, Matt, no.
said, my work is being reposted on Twitter as misinformation by claiming that it is misinformation. So do your own research. They then wanted to say, to give more context, it is in fact not generated in Unreal Engine and not rendered in real time. But the point still does stand that seeing stuff like this does make it pretty hard to believe our eyes. Now, once again, I don't necessarily know if this has anything to do with AI. I don't know if any of this was actually AI generated. I don't believe it was. I just thought it was really cool and wanted to share it with you. Now check this out. This is called 3D GPT, procedural 3D modeling with large language models. And this is a text to 3D scene generator. So here's an example. The desert, an endless sea of shifting sand stretched to the horizon, its rippling dune.
See, and that's the thing about like bubbles is I am confident that Matt has no idea who Lauren Southern is. And wouldn't you like to not know who Lauren Southern is?
Catching the golden rays of the setting sun, creating an ever-changing landscape of shadows and light. Or the lake, serene and glassy, mirrored the cloudless sky above, reflecting the surrounding mountains and the graceful flight of a heron as lily pads floated like emerald jewels upon its tranquil surface. And from that prompt, it generated this 3D scene. Blinding sunlight rains over the vast desert expanse, casting sharp shadows behind the few resilient trees. Small sand piles sculpted by the relentless wind pepper the golden terrain. And if you look at it, you basically enter a prompt, it creates the scene, converts it into Python code, and then the Python code then becomes a 3D model in Blender. So these scenes that you're creating, you should be able to pull into Blender, Unreal Engine, Unity, any of those tools, and use these 3D scenes in your games or your video creations.
Yeah, we are really headed in the direction of single person or small group creating video games. Like at the beginning of this show, I don't know if he's going to get to this one, but at the beginning of the show, we looked at the 2D image to fairly good quality 3D models that you could then use within your game. Now, this is a very easy way, a very straightforward way to create your backgrounds. And is it going to lead to a bunch of, crap games that are cash grabs? I mean, yeah, but like we already had that in the world of mobile gaming, and to, I would say, a lesser extent, console and PC gaming. Are people going to be able to take their story that they want to tell and create a game around that, and it will live and die by its merits, rather than, you've got a huge company with a huge budget that's turning out games that are apparently like not finished because they have to appeal to investors? I really like the indie game scene had a nice peak not that long ago. I want to say was it the 360? I want to say it was the 360. There were just a lot of indie games available, and some of them were pretty damn cool. I enjoyed them a lot. And then you have more room for stuff like, what's that game? There's a game where your character is walking through the desert and there's like a lot of ruin. Journey. Journey. If you're not aware of Journey. And this was the game. Or is, because you can still play Journey. And if you've never played Journey is fantastic, right? And there's no combat. I guess it's like a exploration puzzle solver kind of game, but it really drew you in, and it was good to look at and relaxing, and I highly recommend it. And I see the ability for people to create. When was that from? It's 11 years ago. So, like, people being able to create games like that where they're trying to tell a story, and they probably would never get made in today's market, but now can.
Or whatever you need 3D scenes for. Speaking of 3D scenes, we also got this research called Dream Space, dreaming your room space with text-driven panoramic texture propagation. So with this, you can actually film a real-world scene, walk around with a camera and film, and it looks like it's creating a Nerf or a Gaussian splat or that sort of thing. It then reconstructs the scene into 3D objects, and then you can apply text prompts to change what that room looks like. So you've got sci-fi theme here, or Zelda theme here, where it looks like you've got Hyrule out the window there. But what's even cool is then they show off, you can actually then look around in this room in virtual reality. It looks like they're using a Meta Quest or something here to look around this new room that they created with the prompt Seeing Through the Galaxy. Here's another example of somebody's like apartment or house or something. You can see the 3D object scene that it created. They applied the prompt cyberpunk, the prompt Nebula, the prompt anime landscape, and the prompt Harry Potter, and got completely different scenes out of each one here. So next, let's look at AnyPortrait GAN, animatable 3D portrait generation from 2D image collections. So this is research where you can actually upload 2D images and then actually turn them into sort of 3D movable avatars, where even their lips move and they talk and you can see them smiling and opening their mouths and things like that. And I actually just find this animation here borderline hypnotic. I hate to admit it, but I stared at this for way longer than I care to share with you. But these are examples of these characters that are animated. You can see them moving their head, they're smiling, they're looking around, and the characters can actually be driven by real video. So you can see a video of a real person talking here, and then these animations are actually following the real person talking. Same with this video below, somebody talking, the animation.
I'm just waiting, like, for the live input real time kind of thing, or like instead of Matt Wolf, you're looking at someone who doesn't look like Matt Wolf, but is Matt Wolf, and that whole streamer VTuber kind of melding.
Animations follow along. Now let's talk about text to 3D, because this is something that has made massive leaps and bounds recently. This one's called GSGen, text to 3D using Gaussian splatting. You can see all sorts of examples here where they were able to create these 3D objects using text prompts and Gaussian splatting, which ever since Gaussian splatting came out, I don't know, 4 or 6 weeks ago, it's created these massive leaps of what we can create with 3D scenes and 3D objects. We've got a plate of delicious tacos, a car made of sushi, a furry corgi, a pineapple, and all of these are pretty dang good looking. Here we can see it compared to previous models. Look at this corgi in Dream Fusion compared to their version. This panda in Dream Fusion compared to their version. Obviously, it's quite a bit better. If you want to know how it actually works and you know how to interpret this, here's a screenshot that shows how this works. It's a little bit over my head, so it's not something I can totally explain how it works, but from my understanding, you give it a text prompt, it generates a 2D image, then tries to generate a 3D point cloud from that 2D image, and then with that point cloud uses Gaussian splatting to turn it into a 3D image, but I don't totally know what I'm talking about, honestly. And then we have Gaussian Dreamer, fast generation from text to 3D Gaussian splatting with point cloud priors. This sounds like it's using a very similar method to what we just looked at, but they look even more detailed. And this one I feel is a little bit easier to understand. If we take a look at this image here, the prompt was given a fox. It uses a 3D diffusion model. It generates a point cloud. If you remember Point E, that was one of the earlier models that was doing text to 3D, and they didn't look very good. They created these sort of like point clouds of the 3D object, but they weren't very detailed. It then takes this point cloud and using Gaussian splatting fills in the details of the points and gets a much more clear, slightly more realistic image. Here's an example of an axe where it starts with this point cloud, and then I believe using Gaussian splatting, it sort of filled in the details there. Here's some other examples here: an airplane, a dragon, a flamethrower, a magic dagger, a mushroom boss, a fox, a banana, a jellyfish. Lots of cool examples, and the detail of these 3D generations has just gotten so good compared to what we just had weeks ago. It's mind-blowing, honestly. Sticking with the theme of 3D generation, this one's not using Gaussian splatting, I don't think, but it's called MV Dream, multi-view diffusion for 3D generation. And here we can see an example of what the process looks like as these images are generated in 3D, and it generates both the object, but it also, on this version, puts a texture over the object. Here's some other examples here. There's just the object untextured, and then obviously with the texture applied to it. Here's just an object of Gandalf, and then if I apply the texture, you get that. And here's some comparisons against previous models: Dream Fusion, Magic 3D, Text to Mesh, Prolific Dreamer, and then our model using the prompt an astronaut riding a horse. And you can just see how far these text to 3D models have really come just in a short amount of time, honestly. And what I find really cool about this is you can actually train your own images into it using Dream Booth. So here in this example, they trained images of a very specific dog into it and were able to generate 3D objects in different positions of the dog they trained into it. So Here's one of the dog sitting, one of the dog jumping, one of the dog on a rainbow carpet, one of the dogs sleeping. And these were all generated from a trained in image of their dog. So text to 3D, blowing my mind right now how far it's come. Once again, one of my sort of longer term goals is to try to create a game using something like Unreal Engine. And now we're getting text to scene generation with that 3D GPT. And we're getting really, really good 3D objects with text to 3D. And I'm really excited because creating game assets is going to be a lot easier with these tools. Creating game environments is going to get a lot easier with these AI tools. I'm really excited with the pace at which all of this is moving. Obviously, if you've been following along to my YouTube channel, you're seeing the pace that all of this is accelerating at, and it's just getting so exciting and so fun. Anyway, that's all I got for you today. I love making videos like this where I break down all of the advancements.
Appreciate you, Matt. All right. We are headed into the 4-hour mark, so we're done for today. Let's see. Yep, still has raids on. All right, we're going to go raid Levelhead. Levelhead is talking to Talorcs. Always nice to see the homies hanging out with the homies. I appreciate y'all. Back on Wednesday with more content. And hopefully I'll be able to take a look at the executive order. Have a little bit more to say on that. In the meantime, drink your water, eat some food, which I'm going to do. Take your meds if you forgot. Shuggy loves you. So do I.